cross the line. But when the Senate gets its hands on this, there will be actual substantive changes to it. So how do you sell that back to your members? Can you do it? This thing is far from over. Even though they've had success in the House, you know, we'll see. I think that there's probably a lot of tension there. People want to know that these deals they made will hold together, but how do they do that when the Senate has its own unencumbered, you know, bite at this apple?
The other side of this, too, is what Democrats are saying, right? Democrats are saying that this is going to represent major cuts to Medicaid. It is going to reduce services for Americans. Are those concerns that could play out in the Senate? And how big an issue does the One Big Beautiful Bill, if it gets passed, become in the midterm elections?
Yeah. Well, you heard Josh Hawley. I think he speaks for a certain faction there in the Senate when he said, if we touch Medicaid, you might as well touch Social Security, and then we will be the minority forever. Like, it's insane. You can't do that. So I think
the third rail. It's always been called the third rail in politics,
exactly.
Right?
And the fact is, the trustees tell us 10 years' time, some of these programs are out of money. They're defunct. And when that happens, there are automatic across the board cuts that kick in. So do you want to do it now or do you want to do it later? So but it is that we will never forget that commercial that is just, you know, forever seared into our brains of a Paul Ryan type guy throwing grandma off a cliff in her wheelchair. It works really well when you talk about the midterms. It works really well in scaring people and motivating voters. So I think everybody's aware of that too. But the president has said he will not sign anything that comes to his desk with the Medicaid cuts. Now, he says,
I guess it depends what you consider a cut to be, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of the semantics.
Exactly, because he's open to these work requirements, which conservatives really pushed for in the House, saying if you are able-bodied, if you are not caring for someone and you are collecting Medicaid, you need to be working. And so that will actually, the estimates are, kick 5 to 8 million people off of if it's enforced. You know, and you can look at that two ways. People would say, okay, that's your guarantee on waste, crime, fraud, and abuse, because if somebody's able-bodied, they're 27, they're sitting around at their parents' house, you know, just collecting on all these government benefits when they could be working. You're doing a disservice to people who are truly in need of these services and who they were designed for. But it does give Democrats the talking point. Millions of people kicked off Medicaid.
Let's talk about the Supreme Court, this case out of Oklahoma that deals with whether or not there can be a publicly funded religious charter school, in this case, a charter Catholic school. The Supreme Court split on this equally, 4-4, which is very unusual. There are 9 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court. What was in front of the justices?
So a Catholic parish or diocese in Oklahoma wanted to establish a charter school that would be religious in nature. I think it was primarily going to be online. They wouldn't turn anyone away based on their faith representations, but the school itself would adhere to Catholic doctrine and teaching. And so there was a split, even among conservatives in Oklahoma, whether they wanted to allow that, whether that public money could flow to essentially a religious charter school. And there was disagreement even among conservatives there in Oklahoma. So it finally got to the Supreme Court. And what it came from was the Oklahoma State Supreme Court had ruled against this idea of religious charter schools. So for our listeners will know.
So the Oklahoma Supreme Court had said public money.
No. Right.
Public money cannot support a religious school.
Correct. Can't do it. And our listeners will know if there is a tie at the Supreme Court, then the lower court decision stands. So we don't know exactly why Justice Barrett recused, but
that was my follow-up. That wasn't said during arguments that she was recusing?
No, and there was no statement ever publicly, but remember, she was a professor at Notre Dame Law School, and there's a clinic there, and several attorneys and professors were told from the school were advising and helping this Catholic group in Oklahoma. And so we can only guess, we don't know for sure, but that's kind of our educated guess about why she bowed out, because of her connections to some of those attorneys and organizations at Notre Dame.
If you live or work in Washington, you no doubt have heard or have your own hot take on this book about President Biden and his decline. I imagine that will be a big topic of conversation Sunday for you.
Will, and we've got one of the co-authors, Alex Thompson, on with us on Sunday. And so I've tried to get through the book. I'm not fully through it, but gosh, so many interesting nuggets along the way about people who now regret they didn't say something sooner. And kind of this theme through a lot of the people that they talked to, that they were afraid to step up, to probe, to push on this issue of Biden's fitness because they were so worried about Trump. But it ended up being a self-fulfilling prophecy, because allowing President Biden to get so far down the reelection path to a summer like we've never seen before, where you have a candidate who's got 100 days now to run for president, just really disadvantaged them. So, you know, the kind of lesson it feels like is woven through a lot of these pages I've read is, if these people were really worried about stopping Trump, they should have first stopped President Biden before he ever decided to run for re-election. That idea of that was the original sin.
It is a fascinating book. I am looking forward to that conversation with Alex. I imagine it'll be a fascinating one as well. Shannon Bream, always appreciate our chats. Have a great weekend.
Jared, you too. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When we place our loved ones in a nursing home, we expect them to receive the best care. We meet with families who learn that their mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers have been terribly abused in nursing homes. Bed sores, malnutrition, broken bones, dehydration, and yes, even death. If you believe that a loved one has been abused or neglected while living in a nursing home, call us. The consultation is free.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, May 23rd. I'm Chris DeMeo, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The House passing President Trump's spending bill Thursday. The one big, beautiful bill now heads to the Senate. Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill has the latest.
Some senators expect significant changes to the budget resolution containing President Trump's agenda on taxes, spending, border, and energy. The bill passed the House along a tight margin and will need 50 votes in the Senate. Senator Josh Hawley has made it clear he doesn't want to cut Medicaid benefits for those who need it most.
There'll be a lot to discuss. There's a lot of work to do.
The big, beautiful bill contains over $1.5 trillion in spending cuts, including expanding Medicaid work requirements and nearly $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Another major U.S. trading partner is coming to Washington to talk tariffs. Fox's Jill Nato has more.
Japan recently slowed its exports to the U.S. as their businesses brace for a hit from President Trump's tariffs. Reuters reports Japan's top trade negotiator, Ryoshi Akazawa, is scheduled to be in Washington for the next several days. He told reporters he's going to demand firmly the U.S. reconsider the tariffs while planning to hold constructive talks that'll benefit both countries. Japan was slapped with a 24% U.S. tariff last month, but that was paused for 90 days. However, the tariffs on Japanese auto exports are still in place. In Washington, Jill Nato, Fox News.
Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville, who entered politics after retiring as a college football coach, plans to run for governor of Alabama in 2026. That's according to people familiar with his plans. Two people who have spoken with Tuberville said on Thursday that they expect him to announce the gubernatorial bid. They spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk about a campaign. Tuberville did not confirm the plans on Thursday, but told the Associated Press he intends to announce a decision on Tuesday. Tuberville aligned himself closely with President Donald Trump both in his 2020 Senate campaign and during his Senate term. That's the Fox News Rundown. I'm Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We're kicking off summer with a sure tradition with Dom Giordano live from the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Stop by this afternoon, 12 till 3. Great fun and giveaways, food trucks, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A flat day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow lost just over a point. The S&P 500 lost just over 2.5 points. The Nasdaq, though, was up 53. Japanese trade advisor Ryosei Akazawa will be in the U.S. today through Sunday. He'll hold talks over trade and tariff negotiations. New unemployment applications down by 2,000 last week at 227,000. Continuing claims, though, up to 1.903 million, the highest mark since November 2021. Existing home sales down 0.5 point in April at 4 million overall. That's down 2% year to year. Bitcoin hit a record high Thursday, topping 110,000 for the first time. And the U.S. Mint has made its final order of penny blanks. It plans to stop producing the coin when those run out. The move expected to save $56 million a year. Each penny costs 4 cents to make. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Every year on the final Monday of May, America observes Memorial Day. On that day, we as a nation remember those who gave their lives for the freedoms we hold dear. If you'll allow me, here's a bit of a history lesson. Memorial Day was first known as Decoration Day, a day to put flowers, flags, and other sentimental items on the grave markers of soldiers who perished in the Civil War. Decoration Day was officially declared in 1868. It evolved to remember those lost in subsequent conflicts and was renamed Memorial Day, becoming a federal holiday in 1971. 11 years after that, among the most poignant words about the observance was spoken by President Ronald Reagan at Arlington National Cemetery, describing what the sacrifice of soldiers means at a deeper level.
Freedom is not bought cheaply. It has a cost. It imposes a burden. And just as they whom we commemorate were willing to sacrifice, so too must we, in a less final, less heroic way, be willing to give of ourselves. It is this, beyond the controversy and the congressional debate, beyond the blizzard of budget numbers and the complexity of modern weapons systems, that motivates us in our search for security and peace.
One way we do remember is through events such as the National Memorial Day Concert, a showcase of music and memories that brings a nation together.
Every year this concert is spectacular. It's just a tremendous way to honor those who have given their lives in service to our country. It's our national memorial service for the nation.
Actor Gary Sinise is a co-host of the National Memorial Day Concert, who has been an advocate for America's service members for more than 4 decades.
I've been doing it now for 20 years. I got involved with it in 2005. It had been going for several years before that. I think probably, I think this is maybe our 36th year or so. It's Joe Montana got involved with it. I think the year after September 11th, and then he's a buddy of mine, and he called me and asked me to get involved and come and do a segment in the 2005 concert. And I got hooked on it. It's very powerful. We tell tremendous stories of sacrifice and service. We have, the National Symphony Orchestra backing up the whole thing. We have great performers, great singers that are part of it every year. Great actors that come and interpret these stories that we're telling. And this year is going to be no different than any other year. Just different stories, but spectacular to watch, live on PBS. It's a live show. Every year it's live on the West Lawn of the Capitol. Very, very powerful show, and I'm honored to be a co-host of it.
You mentioned the music. That is a big part of it. It is billed as a concert, but I understand with this year, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on Gold Star families, those people who serve alongside their relatives who may be out serving, but the family serves as well, and that's something you want to get across.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we're telling a story of one of our fallen hero families. A Green Beret who was killed in 2013, and we're telling the story of his wife and his family and how what happened to them and how they deal with it. At the Gary Sinise Foundation, we have a tremendous program that focuses on the families of our fallen heroes. Every year we take over 1,000 military kids to Disney World and right before Christmas time. And then we take families of fallen first responders there the week after that. We can never do enough for those who serve and then sacrifice. And the families quite often get forgotten. And we try to do everything we can at the Gary Sinise Foundation, and so does the National Memorial Day Concert, to remember and honor the sacrifices that our families make to keep us free. And that's what we're going to be doing. We also have the 80th anniversary, the end of World War II. We have a segment that focuses on a Marine veteran, World War II veteran. He'll be there, named Don Graves. He was in the Battle of Iwo Jima. He was a flamethrower in that battle. We lost thousands on Iwo Jima during that battle. We're telling his story and honoring World War II veterans. And during that segment, where we will reveal a group of World War II veterans on stage, the National Symphony Orchestra is going to be playing a piece written by my son, Max Sinise, and his buddy, Oliver Schnee. They wrote this piece. Mac originally wrote a piece called The Rise. It's a very patriotic anthem, and I found it on his laptop. Unfortunately, we lost Mac to cancer, and after we lost him, I started searching his laptop and Dropbox files, and I found all this music he wrote, including this piece called The Rise. So I brought his buddy Oliver Schnee, a fellow composer, on board to, transpose The Rise off of Mac's computer and add to it. And now the National Symphony Orchestra is going to be playing Mac's music during the World War II segment. I'm so touched that it's going to happen. And, I know that they wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't a good piece of music and fitting for the show. So honored that they're going to be using that piece of music during the World War II segment.
Absolutely a proud moment for you. I was looking at the website, and there's a quote from Lincoln's second inaugural, and I'll paraphrase it here. Let us strive to finish the work we are in, to bind the nation's wounds, to care for them who shall have borne the battle. It's talking about unity after war, but unity in any generation, in any time, is a good thing, and this concert promotes that.
Yeah, a continuation of that quote is, and for his widow and his orphan. And we can never forget the families of our fallen heroes, and we don't forget those families. I know that quote very well. I'm glad you used it. It's very appropriate, obviously, for the National Memorial Day Concert, because that's what Memorial Day is all about, to bind up the nation's wounds and care for him who was born in the battle and for his widow and his orphan.
When we talk about the Memorial Day Concert and you're there in the throes of it, as you said, it is a live show. What's the feeling you get inside as this show is going on? You see the people there, you see their faces, there are people out there watching. What's the feeling you get inside? Because you are such a staunch advocate for our military and our veterans.
Well, it's a national platform to remind our nation that there are men and women out there each and every day providing our freedom for us. Freedom is not something that we all just get to have and enjoy. It has to be fought for. It has to be protected, defended. Just look at nations around the world where, the oppressor or maybe the government is the oppressor. And people aren't free to do what they want. Look at North Korea. People are not free there. They serve the supreme leader, and they don't have any clue what freedom is. So, honoring those who are willing to sacrifice in freedom's defense is something that I feel is very, very important. And the National Memorial Day Concert is a way to remind our nation that there are people that are willing to raise their hand and go out there, put on the uniform, and defend us. We have a all-volunteer service. We don't have a draft in this country. We don't have a mandatory service. So we are grateful and appreciative of those who are willing to go out there, volunteer, serve. And, many of them make military their career, and they follow in the family footsteps. Dad was in the Army, the Uncle Joe was in the Army. My brother was in there, my cousins, and it's just a family business. So we're grateful for those who are willing to defend us. And this is a great way for me to get up in front of a large audience and remind people. And I'm passionate about remembering, and that's why I started the Gary Sinise Foundation, is to lift people up and to remind them that we don't forget what they do in service to our country.
Well said. Actor, Emmy winner, and more importantly here, military and veterans advocate Gary Sinise. It is an honor to talk to you. Good luck with the concert, and thanks for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
Thanks so much for having me.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Fox
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Elias Rodriguez, the man arrested in the murders of 2 Israeli embassy staffers outside a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C., has been officially charged.
Murder in the first degree for the murder of 30-year-old Yaron Lashinsky, a foreign official and official guest of the United States. Mr. Lashinsky was here on official business for the state of Israel.
Interim Washington, D.C. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. President Trump's signature spending bill now before the Senate. The bill has no taxes on tips and overtime and allows taxpayers to deduct interest from their car loans. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett.
So every Democrat who voted against this bill was basically saying, hey, it's really great for the economy right now to have the largest tax hike in history.
Also provides funding for Border Patrol agents. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Colorado Rockies are off to a brutal start. The Phillies defeated the Rockies 2-0 on Thursday to sweep the 4-game series, dropping Colorado to 8-42. It's the worst 50-game start in Major League Baseball's modern era, and the Rockies are on pace to lose 136 games this season. That would pass the 1899 Cleveland Spiders for the most losses by an MLB team, just 1 year after the White Sox set the modern era record, losing 121 times. Colorado has now been shut out 8 times this season, and they've committed 45 errors through 50 games, the most by a team since the 2019 Seattle Mariners. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Ryan Clark, again, according to Marcellus Wiley, has a child with a white woman and has the audacity to question the blackness of RG3, who is married to a white woman, all over a damn foul. Talking about wives. Now that's foul. That's from Marcellus Wiley. I'm assuming their paths crossed at ESPN at some point, right?
Or the football field.
Yeah. So, well, there's some years-long bad blood brewing right now. Ryan Clark versus Robert Griffin III. Now Marcellus Wiley backing RG3 and going against Ryan Clark. It feels like something where all these people should get in a room and hash it out and talk about it. I know our guy Sean Merriman has offered them to fight in a mixed martial arts, saying he'll get it sanctioned. RG3 versus Ryan Clark. Brilliant promotional move by him, by the way. Yeah. But even he said, I would advise they get together and talk about it as men and move forward, but that clearly is not happening between these two. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Trump administration cuts to government agencies, private contractors, and universities have made jobs in research and development and endangered species. The Indeed hiring lab reports openings for those jobs are down 18% since President Trump took office, compared with a 4% overall drop in openings in the private and public sector. The Federal Trade Commission is dismissing a lawsuit against PepsiCo that was filed in the waning days of the Biden administration. The soft drink maker had been accused of giving unfair price advantages to Walmart at the expense of other vendors and consumers. OnlyFans, the London-based company that exploded in popularity during the pandemic, is reportedly in talks to sell the porn-driven company to an investor group. Reuters cites sources who say the valuation would be around $8 billion. Talks have been held at least since March. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The fun continues after the final out. Fans 55 and over are invited to take part in Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases after the Phillies host the Cubs on Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Head on over to Citizens Bank Park on Thursday, May 29th at 6:45 when the Phillies take on the Braves and all fans take home a retro Phillies cap presented by SEI. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning.
And we have liftoff. Good morning. Here live on 1210 WPHT. It is the dynamic duo known as the Sean and Dawn Show again.
Hey, you.
Hey, you. What's going on? We're coming live for the next 4 hours. Nick is out. Greg is out. Going into Memorial Day weekend. And I want to caution everybody, the last time this happened, a lot of seafood went missing in Philadelphia. So I'm just saying I wouldn't be shocked if a bizarre story like that happened again. Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, 1210 WPHT, the 1210 family over on YouTube listening live on your radio. Jimmy Kelly, Phil Almquist, and, of course, the great Dawn Stensland. What's up, Dawn?
Hey, you. Good morning, Sean Farish. We're live and local Philadelphia. Man, there's a lot of breaking news. It's an incredible week this week, nationally, locally, Sean. It's incredible.
Yeah, we had the big, beautiful bill that just passed yesterday. Obviously not a perfect piece of legislation, but a piece of legislation nonetheless, which is a step in the right direction for Congress, who, haven't been doing a whole heck of a lot lately. My former representative, by the way, when I lived on Long Island, Andrew Garbarino, did you hear about this? Fell asleep and missed the vote. So that was unbelievable.
Typical.
It is typical. We've got the shooting in D.C. By a Free Palestine activist guy. He confessed to a lot. I say activist. He's not really an activist. He's more like a terrorist. Took a beautiful couple from the world. They were about to, I think the gentleman was about to propose. Very sad story. Nancy Mace making waves in Congress right now. Apparently getting ready to push a motion to expel LaMonica McIver, the crazed, enraged, unhinged, angry representative out of New Jersey. New information about the Biden health cover-up is out all over the place. I've got not a hot take, but some on the Bongino Epstein front. I'm a huge supporter of Dan Bongino. I know a lot of people are frustrated with the Epstein didn't kill himself stuff that he said, or that he did think it was suicide. It's very, very tough for somebody in his role, and tough for us to adjust to this version of a Dan Bongino or a Kash Patel. We're used to these guys, kind of doing what we're doing now. We can come on the radio, we can speculate, we can theorize, we can kind of trial and error different arguments in different circumstances. But those guys can't in that role, right? They're bound by ethics. So it's a little different. And I think a lot of people are, looking at it going, well, how could you believe the evidence? All these guys can say is what's in that evidence file. It's up to us to speculate and go out and gin up some of that new information. We got that, and we've got a whole lot more this morning as we roll through the next 4 hours on 1210 WPHT, the Sean and Dawn Show. Also, an update: Ed Martin, the Eagle, right? Yes. A really awesome guy. With an update on the AutoPen scandal. Is it a scandal? There have been whistleblowers that came to his office when he was in the interim D.C. U.S. Attorney role. So there's some really interesting developments there. We'll get to all that this morning and more. And, of course, if you want to join the conversation, you give us a call at 855-839-1210. We'd love to hear from you. as we have a blast for the next 4 hours. Sean and Dawn, before we get started with all that good stuff, Dawn, you got the news. What's going on?
Yeah, Friday morning and your weekend, all-important Memorial Day weekend forecast down the shore here in Philadelphia and across our region. We are sponsored in the news this morning by D&K Appliances, and all the stories developing for you. So in the case, the trial of a former Philadelphia policeman, Mark Dial, charged in the shooting and killing of Eddie Irizarry. Both men at the time, 27 years old. And this happened during a traffic stop. It was nearly 2 years ago in the summer of, obviously, August 2 years ago. So he was found not guilty by this jury, not guilty of third-degree murder by the jury yesterday afternoon, what they're calling a mixed verdict. He was also found not guilty of official oppression. But former Officer Dial was found guilty on other charges. This was including voluntary manslaughter, possession of an instrument of a crime, I guess his officially issued firearm, and as well reckless endangerment. The reckless endangerment charge was because he fired the shot through the glass of the vehicle, and then DA Larry Krasner was charging him with reckless endangerment of his fellow officer, his partner. So the trial began Monday, as you know. Jury selection just began Monday morning here in Philadelphia, centering on claims that Irizarry lunged at officers during the August of 2023 stop, and Officer Dial's belief at the time that Irizarry had a gun in the car. Turns out he had a knife he was holding, not a firearm. Dial's partner testifying that he called out that Irizarry was armed. Defense attorneys for Officer Dial agreeing that the case was a tragedy, but argued that Officer Dial at that moment did not deserve to be convicted for making a reasonable mistake. So let's listen in. Now there was a gag order on this, so these attorneys have not been able to speak to us, and these are some of the best defense attorneys, I would argue. This is Brian McMonigal, known in the nation as one of the best defense attorneys in the nation. Started out, by the way, as working in the DA's office at the time, made history as one of the youngest ADAs in the nation. So Mark McMonigal, as well as Fortunato Perry, spoke out. Listen in.
We've said all along that, Mark made a mistake. He thought that, the knife that looked like a gun, that was pointed at him like a gun, he thought it was a gun. Obviously, the jury felt that that mistake was a little too much to get past under the circumstances.
So the jury in this case deliberating a little shy of 10 hours. If you combine Wednesday night, that was when they got the case. It was maybe half an hour of deliberations. And then yesterday, the verdict officially coming in about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Officer Dial due back in court for sentencing. That's this summer, July 17th. The max sentencing in this case is 20 years behind bars for this now 29-year-old officer. And it is expected, it's expected any prison time would be far less than that, we would hope and pray. Defense attorneys said that they will be arguing potential mitigating circumstances to lower this number. So in a statement, official statement from the Philadelphia DA's office, thanking the jury, prosecutors, and the Philadelphia Police Department's officer-involved shooting unit for its role in the investigation. And so in this case, I know we'll talk about it more this morning. I'll just remind you of what happened in this case, that nearly 2 years ago, the DA, Larry Krasner, charging this officer with first-degree murder. So it went before a judge, the judge throwing the entire case out. Throwing the entire case out, the officer goes free. Then they recharge the officer, throwing the book at him with all of these other charges. So in this case, I know that the family of Eddie Irizarry, who was there in the courtroom, very tearful, and what's not being reported, and Sean, this is curious to me, because what's not being reported is what was reported at the time, that this individual, Mr. Irizarry, he was somebody who, first of all, they said he came from, moved here from Puerto Rico, did not speak or really understand English, but also had severe mental health problems, including things like schizophrenia. And that was in the headlines 2 years ago. Another thing I'll point out to you is that in this case, it caused days of riots at the time when the first-degree murder charges happened, and then it was rightfully thrown out. And this was before being recharged with third-degree murder. So we're still down some 1,200 police officers post-defund the police movement in this case. From what I'm hearing from friends and family and law enforcement, this particular case has a chilling impact on recruitment here in the city of Philadelphia. And if you look at how many officers here continue to put in for their, because you have to, in the program, you have to put in that you're ready for retirement, you plan to retire, a chilling impact for our Philadelphia police who have long said they do not feel that the city officials have their back.
That's sad. That's terrible.
So, and again, by all accounts, a tragedy for two families with sons the same age. You have one on one hand, severe mental health issues, was going the wrong way down a one-way street, I will tell you. Had officers, clearly these were law enforcement officers trying to pull him over. He's holding something. The fellow, the partner, gets out of the vehicle, pulls his firearm, and either says, and this was part of the consternation here with the body cam, did he say he has a knife, he has a gun? But certainly Officer Dial clearly feeling, an officer with an impeccable record here, clearly believing that his life was in danger. Does he deserve to spend years behind bars for a tragedy that happened? And a real collision, I would say, Sean, because in one case you have somebody you could question did not have the help that he needed for all of his severe problems.
Well, we talked about this last week, too. We played that cut with the female who was, approached by that maniac. And Nick actually brought it up when we were talking last Friday, a week ago, and I said, hey, I don't know why she didn't shoot him. And he said it's a byproduct of defund the police, right? A byproduct of these anti-police officer kind of sentiments and protests and whatever you want to call it. But cops are afraid to protect themselves. And that's the scariest part. And by the way, back to, a couple of months ago when we were swatted, that was always running through, the mind of myself, my wife. I don't know if these cops are jumpy or what. We can't give them any idea or any sort of, feeling that we're going to pull a weapon. So it's so sad. It's just so sad.
Yeah, his defense attorneys, and you heard Fortunato Perry there, is well known here in Philadelphia, as well as his father, pretty famous here as a judge in Philadelphia, but saying the quote here is he was a very good cop in a real very difficult circumstance who made an honest mistake within that split second. And so I know that they're preparing that case before a judge for sentencing to make the case that this young officer, perfect record, should not spend all these years behind bars. As far as the officer, turning when the verdict was read, red-faced, turning to his family, they're crying, the Irizarry family crying. Just a sad day in Philadelphia with this situation.
That's devastating.
It really is. It truly is. As far as another officer, and this story involving another officer is not making as big headlines. This one about another rookie Philadelphia police officer who was shot during a huge brawl that happened between students just outside a local high school, Overbrook High School. That happened weeks ago. And the officer was finally released from the hospital. He's been there in the hospital more than 2 weeks. And so yesterday, Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel telling everybody there, how grateful he was that this officer whose life was put in danger, that thank God he's okay. His bulletproof vest, clearly saving his life. But in this one, as he was exiting local Penn Pres Hospital in a wheelchair, the crowd of officers applauding, family, friends, fellow officers applauding. He stood up and went inside a vehicle. But he was shot as fights broke out between students, and that was back on May 7th. So a very violent situation there was a grown man who was there. We still don't know why he was there, but a grown man who was there decided to shoot his firearm into the ground to, I guess, stop the kids from fighting. And that bullet ricocheted and then shot upward. So striking the officer, striking him right below in the gut, below his bulletproof vest. He could have been killed. But in this case, by the way, that other individual who clearly did not mean to shoot the officer, but he's now charged with aggravated, situation involving law enforcement, and we'll see where that goes with those charges against him. But in that case, a charge with aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, weapons violations, other related offenses. His preliminary hearing, by the way, is scheduled just days away, so we'll be following that one. He said that that this was a horrible accident. In this accidental shooting, I imagine that he won't face some kind of a third-degree murder trial or a first-degree murder trial.
Sure.
So we'll take you to that one. I want to update you, as Sean mentioned, on this couple about to get engaged in love, gunned down outside the event at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. We talked yesterday about how here locally, synagogues, the Weitzman Museum, certainly security being beefed up. And I think everybody's on high alert, especially even headed into a holiday weekend after this happened, because not that this targeted attack, which is what the FBI is saying, not because this individual involved and arrested in this targeted attack has something to do with it, but because we know, sadly and tragically, sometimes these sick things that happen, they spur copycat shootings. And so that's the fear going into this holiday weekend. He's in custody. He had shouted, "Free Palestine, free Palestine." Somebody who was from Chicago, had all the opportunities and blessings of, higher education, worked for all these different BLM, advocating for socialism, that sort of thing. In this case, though, I don't want to say his name, at least first in the headlines, but we now know the ages and the names, and we're learning more about these beautiful victims. 26-year-old Sarah Lynn Milgram and her soon-to-be fiance, 29-year-old Yaron Lachinsky. And so what we're hearing is that Yaron had bought a engagement ring, was about to pop the question. They were young, they were in love. Hearing all from her Kansas community where she grew up, her synagogue, her parents, and this young couple who worked for the Israeli embassy in D.C., they were about to travel to Jerusalem where he'd pop the question. I mean, it's just, Sean, this is such a heart-wrenching story.
It's terrible. It really is terrible. People ask me all the time, why are you so fixated on this, the word anti-Semitism? And that's kind of gotten lost, and we've lost what it actually means. But this is why. This is why I support what Israel's doing, to defend itself, and because there's people in this country that have been radicalized by that just disgusting movement that they call Free Palestine.
And that individual named in this case identified as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez. And, we're reading all about his background from Chicago, higher level degrees in English from the University of Illinois at Chicago. Said he lived in the Avondale neighborhood of the city, previously worked as a content writer in the technology space. The company he worked for, American Osteopathic Association, expressing shock and devastation, sadness after learning that one of their employees was arrested and now charged with first-degree murder in this case as a suspect, they say, in this horrific crime, condemning the crime. But many in the Chicagoland area, in Illinois, across the nation, and really around the world. I know Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, obviously speaking out about this beautiful young couple gunned down in cold blood and shooting them outside of this event, and then standing over their bodies and firing more shots into their bodies. Oh, my God, as they lay defenseless. So there's a lot of news. I know we'll get to the big, beautiful bill on the other side, so I'll wrap up news. But I also thought was trying to look for lighter, brighter stories as we talk about the Jersey Shore a lot of great events this Memorial Day weekend as we honor, of course, our military veterans as well and law enforcement. But I thought it was funny that everybody's having fun with common sense, the end of the penny, and whether or not, as the Treasury Department decides and the government decides that it costs way more than a penny to produce the pennies. So when the pennies run out, does that mean all the penny collections from your grandma and your great-grandma, does that mean your penny collections are going to be really, really valuable? And when does that happen?
There you go. Start saving your pennies, right? Start saving your pennies. I heard a story not too long ago. There's like the 1943 wheat penny. There's they weren't making them out of copper, right? Because of World War II. So there's the steel ones. I have a couple of those, but there's like bronze ones that, they thought it was a mistake. They thought when they minted them were 1 cent. They're worth like millions of dollars right now. So save your pennies.
Yeah. Save the pennies. Go through. I have cans of them from my grandma somewhere in a back closet, so maybe make the kids go through them one by one.
That's right.
There's probably an app
right.
that you can do, like check your pennies. It's like winning the lottery. Well, D&K Appliances sponsors us this morning. They're awesome. They're family-owned and operated, and they offer industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. And their staff, they're local experts guiding you all through the process. Sales, delivery, installation, services. So visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square. Flowertown is the one that's closer to me, but they're local and they have beautiful appliances. D&K Appliances, dkappliances.com if you want to check them out. So thank you, D&K Appliances, for sponsoring our news this morning. And as we look at the forecast, I know it's been miserable here, chilly and cold, but we are looking up for the weekend. So that's the good news here. So hang on there. So if you have your trip planned, whether our destination is usually Ocean City, New Jersey. We love Wildwood. We have family in Sea Isle City. But if you are heading down the shore, it's going to get brighter. Here in the city of Philadelphia, right now we're at 53 degrees. It's still cloudy. It's still a little ugly, but the sun comes out. So sunny days today, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Friday today, 65 degrees. Saturday, 64 degrees. Sunday, 70 degrees. And for Memorial Day Monday, certainly the best day of the week, 75 degrees, bright sunny skies. So probably the best day down the shore. And if you have that extended day, Tuesday, by the way, 76 degrees and bright sunny skies. Down the shore, obviously, those temperatures are a little bit cooler, but a beautiful sunny weekend ahead. And I know Jimmy Kelly, you have our weather sponsor this morning.
That is correct, Dawn. And Kayal Company weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
So we don't need any generators, Sean. Thankfully, it felt like we might with power outages, trees down, and a couple days of really cold, miserable weather.
Yeah, well, we had some crazy stuff out here. I know Nick was excited. I got to run around in the hail again, and I ate a piece of it, and it was tasty and yummy. So wonderful, wonderful weather in Tennessee lately. Hopefully things improve here as severe season starts to wrap up, and it sounds like a great weekend underway up in the city of Philadelphia. So with Philly and everything that I gripe with about that city, at least you got that going for you, right? At least you got that going for you,
which is nice.
All righty, awesome. Well, thank you, Dawn. We'll be back with some more on the other side of the break. We got the DC shooter. We got the big, beautiful bill. We're going into Memorial Day weekend, remembering what that weekend is all about. Those who gave their life in defense of the greatest nation on earth. All that and more on 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 is the number to call to join the conversation. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
We're kicking off summer with a sure tradition with Dom Giordano live from the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Stop by this afternoon, 12 till 3. Great fun and giveaways, food trucks, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This May, Hester Chevrolet makes it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Blazer. Lease for just $349 a month, 39 months. Or finance with 0.9% APR financing for 72 months. Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, we're back here, 1210 WPHT, the Sean and Dawn Show today. Kayal Company normally, but Nick is out, Greg is out, and Sean and Dawn are in. We're here. We're rocking and rolling live on a Friday morning, Memorial Day weekend, right around the corner. We said number to call is 855-839-1210. We're talking a lot about that D.C. shooter case. We were talking about the big, beautiful bill and the end of the penny. And we do have a couple guys from the 1210 family getting ready to chime in with some comments. Let's go first to Ed in Delran. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning. Listen, what I am confessing, I'm not messing. Dawn and Sean.
I do not hear. Do you guys hear Ed?
I do hear him. He's doing a little rhyme about Dawn and Sean, and he's confessing and not messing or something.
Oh,
that
very nice.
Very good.
Did I quote
Very
you
good.
well?
Hey,
I got him now. There he is.
Yeah,
What's
you
up,
can,
Ed?
you can blame me
if
for that
you
one.
want me to repeat it, I want to repeat it one more time. I'm not messing. I'm confessing. Dawn and Sean, what a blessing.
Ed and Delran always bringing the heat.
Yeah, baby.
Early in the morning. We love it.
Well, you guys are super neat. That's why I got to bring the heat, baby.
Oh,
But,
my
you know,
gosh.
Oh, man. Ed. Ed.
Hey, I could go on all day, and you wouldn't know what to say.
And here's
He's
the problem,
like Dr.
Ed.
Seuss, right?
And
I
here's the
taught
problem,
Dr.
Ed.
Seuss everything he knows.
Yeah.
I love Dr. Seuss, a great guy, wonderful guy. I taught him everything he knows. I will not eat green eggs and ham. I will not eat them, Lindsey Graham. That much I can tell you, right?
I'm going to steal
All right,
something
so
from Ed and
listen,
Delran.
I got a comment real quick on, and thank God the bill passed by one vote, and I think it's great. But the problem is, am I going out of my mind, or am I in the twilight zone or something? Another $4 trillion in debt? Are we ever getting out of debt? It just doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, one of the things I'll say about the big, beautiful bill and the reason the spending number does appear to be quite high, and I'm not trying to defend government spending, but tax cuts, the permanent tax cuts that Donald Trump signed in 2017, they're categorized as a spending item. That doesn't necessarily make them, quote unquote, spending. This is why Donald Trump argued very, very fiercely to raise the debt ceiling, because when putting together these budgets, tax cuts is categorized as spending. Obviously, the government and those who are, overseeing the numbers there, who aren't doing a good job in general, see cutting taxes as a, as a loss of revenue. But as the great Art Laffer had pointed out in the past, he's now a resident of Tennessee, by the way, that when taxes are cut, government revenue actually increases. So we'll see how it all plays out. But I'm happy we're getting tax cuts.
And that is very true, my good man, with the right plan.
Ed and Delran with the rhymes. He's a poet, and he knows it.
By the way, I had to steal a rhyme from Ed and Delran. I didn't push that button, and that's why Sean didn't hear nothing when that call first started.
God.
Yeah, it normally helps when you push the button that says program 2, and that's how Sean can hear the calls.
Well, there we go. We're happy to hear from Ed, of course.
Item number 2 on today's glitch list.
Yeah, and by the way, one of the statements from the White House is talking about commending the House for passing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, including a critical investment of $12.5 billion. That's for modernizing the Federal Aviation Administration's air traffic facilities, systems, and infrastructure. Obviously, something that we're suffering from, here on the East Coast, especially in North Jersey, obviously Newark, with all the delays. There are more delays this morning and more delays feared for the weekend. And so just a reminder that part of what we're paying for in this is that this wasn't dealt with in the past. And so trying to fix this is a critical issue for all of us. So that was one thing that they put in the headlines from whitehouse.gov as they released all of the flurry of news releases to us every single day.
Yeah, and the upgrade to that system, obviously the delays, being the least of many people's worries, I think, in Newark, is you want to survive, air travel at this point. Hearing about 30 to 90 second outages with the air traffic control system. I mean, that's unacceptable. And again, I said this, I want to say maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, when they started talking about how everything was going to be one big, beautiful bill. And I said, look, this is not going to be a perfect bill. I don't like one big all-encompassing bill. I like single-issue, standalone bills. But the problem with that is you're going to need, 2/3 of the Senate for a lot of that. And you know how the Democrats are. Anything that Donald Trump says that he likes, they're going to stand against. You're never going to get anything passed. So you're kind of boxed into a corner, number one. Number two, you have a very slim House majority. So there could be a caucus in the House. You don't want to concede spending items, to, that you don't want to give all sorts of spending items to, and government spending and purchases and X, Y, and Z. But we don't have the wiggle room to pass that bill without their support, right? So, if we want, look, my point has always been, if we want better bills, better legislation, we need a stronger majority and we need better candidates. And the only way to do that, and it's unfortunate for me, I hate to say, but the only way to do that is to be involved in this process 24/7. And it's tough. It'll burn you out. I did it for years of my life when I lived on Long Island. I took the slings and arrows. We tried to defeat Andrew Garbarino, Sleepy Andrew, right, who decided, the one job, Dawn, that he had to do. Yeah. One job. His job is to go to D.C. and vote.
Sleep at the wheel.
And he passed out.
Unbelievable. And
unbelievable.
And what was he so, you know what it is, Sean? What was he so tired for? It's like he's not used to working because they are actually having to work, and talk about the big, beautiful bill. So what's his normal work week that he's not even used to, working like, I don't know, what did they work, 35, 40 hours this week?
If we're lucky, 35 to 40 hours. And this is not an old man, by the way. He's 40. Okay. He's, Donald Trump is almost 80.
Yeah.
And the guy doesn't sleep, period.
Yeah.
Right. Just he's he comes back from the Middle East. He almost rode a camel.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia. Beautiful camels, by the way. We love the humps. The humps are beautiful. They're great. Crooked Joe sniffed one of the humps, and you're not supposed to do that. But, no, 40 years old, the guy's, passing out. A lot of people thought maybe he did it on purpose so that he's not on the record because, his district is kind of purple. It's not really a swing district. But, he didn't want to hear from Democrats about Medicaid. And, obviously, he was one of the folks who pushed for a higher, salt cap because it's an issue out there in New York. But, to fall asleep, it's a slap in. Yeah, to fall asleep, it's a slap in the face to your constituents. We sent you, not we. I didn't send them anymore. Thankfully, I didn't vote for him. But you go to D.C., have one job, and you pass out. I mean, come on. There's no excuse. So I ask anybody up there in the Northeast who happens to know the Suffolk County Republican Party chairman, who I know way too much about, and it's not good. Are you proud of him? All right. Are you still proud of Andrew Garbarino? Because, Dawn, I'll tell you how he gets reelected every year. They're all afraid of his dad. Okay. His dad's a power player on Long Island. They're all afraid of his
Big
father.
Daddy.
That's it. They're scared of Big Daddy.
And, something that's not in the headline, if you zoom out, Sean, the perspective is you mentioned President Trump on that historic trip, which was just incredible last week. I mean, even CNN, had to report it correctly because it was so much about it that was so good. But I was looking up the numbers, and remember that Trump said it was a huge success. They locked in $2 trillion in great deals, $600 billion in investment commitment from Saudi Arabia, $1.2 trillion economic exchange agreements. I mean, the numbers these are huge numbers. And so I wonder if, you look at the perspective of that, as far as bringing in business, lowering the energy costs. I know that in the headlines they're saying, oh, this is increasing the deficit. But when you look at the whole package of what they're trying to do here, then does that mitigate at the end of the day the number within this budget because of all the investment that's as well coming in, spurring the economy?
It remains to be seen too, and tariffs, right? There's going to be more tariff revenue than we've had in the past, so it all remains to be seen. Look, I'm somebody who we mentioned the penny and how it costs more than a cent to make a penny, and that's just, I mean, if that's not government in a nutshell, right? Yeah. You know how it costs $20 to spend a buck, right? I mean, like if that's not government in a nutshell, I don't know what is. And I think, and then we have a caller, Kurt in Devon, Pennsylvania, wants to talk about the penny, right? Kurt, is Kurt there? What's going on, Kurt?
Yeah, I'm here. How you guys doing? Good morning.
We're good, Kurt. How are you?
Best Trump impression. I love you. Anyway,
nobody does a better job.
With that being said, and Dawn, I love you. I love you as well.
Thank you.
Listen, I was watching this morning on the news about the penny, and they had mentioned they're going to phase it out or stop producing it. And of course, then the news said we're telling all vendors to adjust your costs to the nearest 5 cents. And my mind immediately went to Pennsylvania with our 6% sales tax. So I'm going to ask you too, what is more likely? Pennsylvania is going to reduce it to 5 cent sales tax or increase it to 10 cents. What do you think?
God, I hope not. I doubt that it'll increase because Governor Josh Shapiro, first of all, Josh Shapiro, I don't think would sign anything such as that because he's going to run for president someday. So I think that's pretty obvious. But I don't think our legislature would pass that. I really don't. I don't think that is going to go up.
I hope you're right, Dawn.
Cross our fingers. But we do.
All right, buddies. Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. No, I was just going to say, one of the focuses, I have our Treasury Secretary here, Stacey Garrity, who's awesome. She joined us live for the great, remember this, Sean? She joined us live for the great Travis Manion fundraiser that we do every year, raise $117,000. She's a military veteran herself. But, we do have some great people here in Pennsylvania who watch very carefully the situation with our budget. And as well, you think about bringing back the jobs that have left in droves. And you think about our local economy here in Pennsylvania will be greatly helped by drill, baby, drill. I mean, we are so energy rich. So I think we're all hoping, for the state of Pennsylvania, this is terrific news to bring back the jobs and as well lower the energy costs. And we'll do that for the nation here in Pennsylvania.
That's good. The Keystone State.
Betcha,
produce
baby.
some energy. Drill, baby, drill, and frack, baby, frack.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. And my former state of New York, obviously, that's a big deal for them over there too. Kathy Hochul not likely to sign any leases, but we'll see because there may be a new governor in a couple years. All right, we'll be back on the other side of this break. A little more about the big, beautiful bill, maybe a little bit more about energy. We'll get into the D.C. shooting case and more on 1210 WPHT. It's Sean and Dawn for the next couple hours. 855-839-1210 to join the conversation. We're back after this.
Hey, it's Rich Zeal. Having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, we're back here wrapping up hour 1, 1210 WPHT, the Sean and Dawn Show. Coming to you today, going into Memorial Day weekend. Talking about pennies, huh? The penny is going away.
Penny for your thoughts.
Penny for your thoughts. That's right. Save your pennies. Who knows? They may be worth more than 1 cent in the future because they're now a collector's item. They're now a collector's item. It's interesting. It's interesting. A friend of mine was texting me not too long ago, and it's like, I just found out that this so-and-so coin minted in Denver with this marking on it is worth, $500,000. And I'm like, say what? I'm going to go through my spare change. Hopefully I stumble upon one. That would be something. Lance in Springfield wants to continue the penny conversation. We'll take a penny for his thoughts. What's up, Lance?
Hey, guys. Happy Memorial Day.
You too.
I just wanted to tell you guys real quick. I know everybody's hot on the penny right now. I also found out, since we're getting rid of the penny and everybody looks like we're moving more towards a nickel, I wanted to ask you guys if you knew that a nickel costs 14 cents to make. Actually, keeping a penny would be far cheaper than making more nickels.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, Dawn. Are you surprised by that? 14 cents to make a 5-cent item. Sounds like government to me.
Sounds like the nickel is next on the hit list. Who uses?
Everybody's going to have to be using digital. Use your ATM cards, whatever. That's what it looks like it's going to.
It's it's so true. And you know what I think, Sean, as we look at this, who even has cash anymore? I mean,
right.
and I think I would not want cash to go away because I think there's a lot of freedom in cash and we're being tracked on everything else. But as far as, even coins, Aldi, if you have the Aldi and you have to put the quarter in the cart, it's such a pain in the neck. And so I
agree, Dawn.
Oh, you're right about that.
I agree. I like cash too. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Have a good
Thank you, Lance. No, you're right about Aldi. My wife and I will go to Aldi out here. We'll say, let's go take a look, see what they got. The prices are just phenomenal, right? And they have all the knockoff products, right? So it's not Lucky Charms, but it's like Marshmallow Pirates, right? So it's like the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not Frosted Flakes, but it's like, Sugar Wheaties or whatever you want to call it. It's still the same stuff. But when we have to go get a cart, and I'm like, I don't have a quarter, right? You know what I mean? Like, what are we? Well, I do happen to love cash, and we have some, but it's easier to just pull out that piece of plastic and swipe it. But then, the flip side of that, Dawn, is you're being tracked, and that's why I'm a believer in. So I'm a believer in Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, new all-time highs, baby. Come on. You've been listening. Yeah. If you listen to me, right, you'll be making money in crypto, right? And it's not my job. It's not financial.
Should have listened to you. And everybody else.
Yeah, listen. That's right. That's it. I love it. A friend of mine in 2017, he worked at Costco. He told me in 2017, he's like, you may want to buy Bitcoin. And I looked and it was like $8,000. And I was like, I can't buy that. It's too expensive. He's like, you don't have to spend $8,000. You could just put a little bit in it at a time. I was like, I don't know what this stuff is. It's too hard. I don't know where that guy is anymore. He probably owns his own island at this point in time. So
if you got in early, if you know people who did, it's amazing. It's kind of
50
scary.
Cent, the rapper, apparently he, back when Bitcoin was in its real early days, he accepted Bitcoin as a form of payment to sell some of his music. I mean, when it was worth next to nothing. And now, I mean, think about it. It's over $100,000, 108, I believe, is where it's trading at right now. It's unbelievable. And I know for a lot of people, it's kind of hard to grasp because is it real or is it not real? Look, my thing is this. If I put money into it and let's say I put $100 in and it doubles in price and it's worth $200 and I can sell it for 100% profit, real enough for me.
Yeah.
So that's where I go for it.
Yeah, so I'm looking up what you're saying. It was 2014, ironically named 50 Cent, who's probably like, I don't know, a billionaire now. But
at this point,
his decision to take the Bitcoin he took 700, and that was just that year. At the time, they were valued at about $662. So each one of those, $500,000. So you think about where can you get that return on your investment? Wow.
The answer is you can't, right? And I mean, there's safer things. Crypto, you lose your, you lose your password, you can lose your crypto, and I get it. But I happen to be a huge believer in that industry. I was very pro crypto for a while, but 2022 in particular, and I started really telling all my conservative friends, look, it's kind of digital cash, it is traceable, but it's decentralized, and I was like, this is something I think, the right, so to speak, it should be rallying around. There's a freedom, right? You can grow your wealth. It trades 24/7. I mean, it's kind of gross, but there have been times where I woken up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and check on my trade, and I'm up, and I'm like, hey, good thing I drank too much water before bed. We're up a little bit, right? And I'll wake up, and my wife Brennan, I'll be like, hey, when I got up to go to the bathroom, I accidentally woke you up. She's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. Well, we made a bleep ton of money, so there's some good things about it too. I happen to think it's great, and when Donald Trump started to embrace it in the 2024 campaign, I got very excited. Now, I'm not into this meme coin thing that he's doing, because I think that opens the door to a lot of foreign entanglements. Anybody could buy it. You're in China, you're on the Solana blockchain, you can go ahead and buy that meme coin, and it could look real fishy. So, there are things that I think need to be cleaned up with the space. But in general, if cash goes away, I would highly suggest everyone just familiarize yourself with cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. That's all, because you see what 50 Cent did. Right? I think we're all still early. I think we're all still very early in that space. So,
speaking just in the headlines, Trump's crypto dinner, tuxedos, luxury cars, and a former NBA star. So I guess that there was this huge event in Virginia with President Trump
County
last night. Yeah, private event last night for 220 crypto investors who bought into his meme coin. And so, there are lawmakers on both sides of the aisle saying that he was selling access to accumulate personal wealth. That's the accusation here. But crypto enthusiasts, on the other hand, and this source, by the way, is NBC News, so take that for what it's worth. But as far as their spin, and there's a little spin you saw in that headline, including former NBA star Lamar Odom attending the dinner at Trump National Golf Club. This is Northern Virginia, as you mentioned, and just outside Washington. And then there were demonstrators outside saying Trump is a traitor, crypto corruption. So there was actually just an event last night, Sean.
Yeah, it was, I think, for the top 100 holders of his meme coin. So he had that event, and it seems like a pretty good turnout. Again, do I think presidential candidates or president-elects should be launching meme coins on the Solana blockchain, shortly before they're sworn in? Maybe not the best look, but it is a good way for Donald Trump to say, hey, this is a guy who not too long ago called Bitcoin a scam because he's a big believer in the dollar. It's a good way for him to kind of really take crypto and a very, I think we're very early on this, but it's a burgeoning industry. And one of the campaign issues, and he didn't put it front and center, but he mentioned it a bunch of times, that he wants the United States to be the crypto capital of the world. And the reason why I look at that and say this is a really nice America First, campaign issue is blockchain technology, the amount of potential that it has. I mean, you have physical deeds to your home that could be, tokenized to put on the blockchain. Large assets like your vehicle, your house can be tokenized and stored on the blockchain. And we want the talent involved in this industry. A lot of smart people, younger people. We want that talent here in the United States. We don't want those talented individuals going to Russia, going to China, going to some of these other countries who, even India, right, who I wouldn't say is necessarily an adversary, but we want the talent, and that's what Donald Trump's trying to do. He's trying to take the talent.
Yeah, and you think about that with all of the different individuals. You speak of talent, Elon Musk, as far as the Doge team, and even though Elon Musk, obviously, because he was that, short-term employee, he's phasing out. But the Doge team, Department of Government Efficiency, remains, and they continue. I mean, you speak of Doge, that's why they're starting to wind down with the penny, looking at the literally. I would say that there's that old saying that I'm saving my pennies to spend my dollars. I mean, that's I love the fact that, and I think they purposely, Sean, want to do this where they want to say, hey, we're looking at every little detail down to your last penny of you, the taxpayers. And I think that's part of what this is. They're looking at everything to Doge to try to stop the fleecing of America, whether it's just waste or stupid that we shouldn't have in the budget, or whether it's something that I think is nefarious or even criminal that's been going on for years, and we finally find out about it thanks to Elon Musk and the Doge team.
Yeah, I have the utmost respect for, obviously, Elon's efforts with Doge. Big balls, of course. You know all about him. He's the one. Maybe he's running Doge now, right? Maybe he's the one running Doge now. You remember we saw him on with, was it Jesse Waters? The kid, look, what is he, 20 years old, 19 years old or something? And just sharp as a tack, though, right? Talking about all the different exploitations that he uncovered. And it makes me sick. And it makes me even more sick to see Democrats and folks on the left, simply because Elon and Trump stood behind this project, to get out and give a full-throated defense of waste and fraud and abuse. You're not convincing anybody to vote for you with that.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And his real name is Edward Korestein, which I think he was brilliant. Because that was that Jesse was like, who's Big Balls? And we'll forever, it'll be fun to see this kid, 19 years old, fun to see him grow up. But you talked about a low-energy lawmaker, a Democrat who fell asleep during an important vote. You think about this kid, Edward, he's a college student. So he's a full-time college student at a top university here on the East Coast, straight A student. This kid is brilliant, but you think about the work, because I have a friend who was offered a job within that, and they were like, heck no, you're working 24/7. Like, I got a family, so these are not only brilliant people who are, I think, known in that so-called Geek Squad world as the brightest and the best, but they are willing to work, more than 12-hour days. By all accounts, it's like around the clock they were working to try to get this Doge deal done so that we could have the transparency and know how we've been getting ripped off and how our tax dollars have been misused and abused.
Big balls.
That's right. There it is. There is a Joy Reid. I'm so happy she got canceled. Speaking of her getting canceled, I've got a fun story potentially about ABC and what I call the bickering bovine, right? On The Zoo, otherwise known as The View. Is ABC unhappy with the damage that The View is doing to their brand? We'll get to that a little bit later on this morning. We'll be back on the other side of this break in hour 2. I can't believe hour 1 is over already. Dawn will give us an update on the news, 855-839-1210 to join in the conversation. We'll get into D.C. We'll get into Ed Martin. We'll get into something that's going on with ABC, and we'll get into all that with you right here on 1210 WPHT. Sean and Dawn bringing you up till 10 o'clock. And then it's the Dawn Show. We're back after this.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Right now, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading. Current inventory is unaffected by any new tariffs. Visit piazzamazda.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, hour 2 here on 1210 WPHT. It is the Sean and Dawn show this morning. Kayal and Company. John Farish filling in, co-hosting with the great Dawn Stensland going into Memorial Day weekend. So far, no updates on whether or not hundreds of pounds of tuna or shrimp, maybe salmon or other types of seafood, crab legs, who knows, have been stolen in the wonderful city of Philadelphia. I cannot believe that bit has lasted almost a year. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. We've got stories about the D.C. shooter. We've got an update from the Eagle, known as Ed Martin. A little more on the big, beautiful bill that has passed, the budget bill. Credit where it's due for the House of Representatives. They had a goal to get it done before Memorial Day, and they did. It's not a perfect piece of legislation, but it's certainly better than them taking another vacation and doing nothing like we've seen in the past. And we've got a whole lot more this morning as we continue to roll on towards 10 o'clock, where Dawn Stenson takes over for the Dawn Show. Before we do that, let's go to Dawn with the news at the top of the hour.
Yeah, we have a lot going on today. Kayal and Company News Live. Greg and Nick off today. But on this Friday, May 23rd, as we head into Memorial Day weekend, we are sponsored by D&K Appliances and Kayal and Company News Live. Former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial in the headlines as his trial was held this week. So he was acquitted, exonerated of any kind of murder charges in this case. Initially 2 years ago when this happened, he was charged by our local district attorney, Larry Krasner, with first-degree murder. That was thrown out. In fact, the case was thrown out when it went before a judge. There are allegations and accusations that the DA judge shopped. I don't have tangible evidence of that, but that's one of the allegations this morning as I look at reaction, in particular from the law enforcement community as they worry about recruitment efforts to really replace well over 1,000 officers. We're down this morning, reportedly as many as 1,400 officers. And so concerns about morale, concerns about recruitment efforts here in Philadelphia. But former Officer Dial, during that jury verdict in this trial, and this has to do with voluntary manslaughter charges that stuck with a conviction with the jury yesterday afternoon in the shooting. And this was, by all accounts, a tragedy, a tragic traffic stop with Eddie Irizarry, who was shot to death. This was the summer, August of 2023. And so the former officer, Mark Dial, acquitted of the more serious charge of third-degree murder, like I say. But in this one, the jury finding that Mark Dial acted, they say, unreasonably and recklessly when he shot Irizarry 6 times through the car window, and this happened in Kensington. Dial was also convicted of recklessly endangering another person. That had to do with his partner, fellow cop, who was outside the vehicle, had drawn his firearm as well and had yelled, and this is part of the conflict, he had yelled what Mark Dial thought was, he's got a gun. So did he say he's got a gun? He's got a knife in the hand of Eddie Irizarry. He was holding a knife, and through the windshield in that split second, the officer thought it was a gun. And it was reported that when he started firing, then the glass, because you're firing at a windshield, so now they're at a window, so now the glass is shattering. Did he continue to fire as that glass was shattering and he thought he was being fired upon? He testified that he feared for his life, and that was why he fired. His attorneys, after court, after this was done, because there was a gag order, they had said that their client made a horrible mistake, but that certainly he did not deserve to be convicted at all. They hoped he would be fully exonerated, but they were grateful to the jury for their due diligence and for not convicting this former officer of any kind of a murder charge, Sean.
Wow. Yeah, it's a sad story. That's just devastating on all around. You mentioned 2 families reeling from a story like that. It really is. I hate hearing stories like this, but it's important to talk about. It's an indictment on where we are too as a society, and cops not being allowed to do their jobs and all that.
Yeah, and so that's just it. The Irizarry family speaking out after court. They were grateful to the jury, grateful for some kind of justice. I believe that they felt there was some healing in the fact that, Mark Dial, the former officer, he took the stand and broke down in tears, talked about how this was, the worst day of his life, that this happened, what he believed to be true. But then upon firing, at Eddie Irizarry, rushing in, trying to save his life and rushing him to the hospital, and his reaction to that. And so to your point, you have two families in that courtroom with, by the way, sons the same age, right? Exact same age. And you think about one son, a good cop, a perfectly clean, perfect record as a policeman. And then on the other hand, a family whose son had legitimate diagnosed and serious, you think of schizophrenia, were there medication issues? When you talked about that, societal issues, it didn't really come up at the trial. Nobody's talking about that. But I do feel that, if you're somebody and you have serious medical issues or mental health issues and you are evading police on somewhat of a high-speed chase, you're going in the wrong direction up a one-way street, driving the wrong direction, and you think about law enforcement, what is the chilling impact now moving forward if you're a police officer and you're trying to stop somebody and you don't know what's going on with that individual? We have carjackings, we have murders and that sort of thing in our city. So what's the chilling impact? Will police just say, all right, well, call in for backup, the guy got away, or we're not going to confront this individual? And so does that put others in the community, does that make them more vulnerable? I don't have those answers, but you have to believe this has a chilling impact on our society and our safety here in Philadelphia.
It has to have an impact. It unfortunately does have a chilling impact, and it may even have that impact nationally. Again, as you talk about cops who want to go home, at the end of the day as well. And I just wish we could all get along. That's the whole thing, right? I would love to see folks just respect one another in these situations and avoid these tragedies. Then, unfortunately, they're bound to happen. Things aren't perfect, but it's always sad when we hear about it.
Yeah, it sure is. We had good news as well with our other officer. This one's not in the headlines as much if you try to look for the story, but the rookie cop that I reported on who was shot, could have been killed. It looks like, he did have a bulletproof vest on, Overbrook High School, and that was a couple weeks ago. He was released yesterday from the hospital after spending weeks in the hospital, went through surgery. And I will say, by all accounts, they love to say in the news, well, the injuries were not life-threatening. Well, yeah, they were. And the road to recovery for officers like this, and not just physically but mentally, being shot in the gut. So this was a grown-up at a huge brawl, a violent brawl with a massive crowd of students, high school students. A grown-up in the crowd shows up, and a parent reportedly was trying to break up this huge fight. Police are on the scene, chooses not to allow the police to do their jobs, is, I guess, trying to help, fires his weapon on, into the ground. That bullet ricochets up from the cement and shoots fires upon the officer. So that 30-year-old individual now facing very serious charges and is, he's free on bail. He's not in jail, but we'll see how that one goes as well. You know what? We have a local story that we'll be covering as well this morning, and that's reaction to a story that's gone national. And that's locally a parade in White Marsh. This is Montgomery County, just outside the city of Philadelphia, making national news because for 70 years, this community has a 4th of July parade. And, I mean, it is jam-packed. Sean, we go to this every year since our boys were little, and we're in Boy Scouts and all of that. People just love this particular parade in White Marsh Township. It's the Plymouth meeting area, and up Germantown Pike there, right in the heart of Lafayette Hill. And it's just red, white, and blue, a scene of patriotism. Well, last night they had a very passionate, community meeting where the community sounded off and just said, why are you canceling our parade? So there's not any kind of a threat. The deal here is that because the officials are saying, because of all these quote-unquote soft targets that our communities have become, and it costs a minimum of $250,000 to provide the proper security, they just recently announced that they canceled the parade. No 4th of July parade after 70 years with this wonderful parade.
That's sad. Man, 4th of July parade canceled. I feel like they're trying to take that holiday away from us, Dawn. I don't know about you. I feel like when I say they, people are like, who are they? Well, it's the folks who don't like our country have a narrative to push. One of my favorite shows is The Curse of Oak Island. I don't know if you've heard of it. Yeah. Everyone's probably heard of it. They dig this hole, they can't find it, whatever. And at this point, everyone's kind of resigned to the fact that, all right, they're not going to find a dang treasure, but there's a cool story to be told on this island. And there was not a spin-off, but produced by the same group called The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, which is that ranch out in Utah. So I'm into all that crazy stuff. You like finding Bigfoot. I mean, we've already found Sasquatch. She's the Attorney General of New York, but finding Bigfoot expedition. But the owner of that ranch out there in Utah, Brandon, I forget his last, but he's awesome. He came out and he fiercely opposed 4th of July fireworks being replaced by drone shows. He's like, you know what? Give us our traditions and leave it alone. And that's what I'm saying. It's just a shame that parade got canceled.
Yeah, and so it was a pretty packed meeting in the auditorium last night. My favorite quote, one of the women community members stood up and she said, if we can't celebrate our freedom, just think about that. If we can't celebrate the freedom of our nation, then we have nothing. I mean, so the community is very upset about this. We'll see where this goes. Could they have a fundraiser? I mean, why not set up a GoFundMe? Try to have the community come together and do this. But I know that Fran McCusker, the vice chair of the White Marsh Township Board of Supervisors, stood before this community meeting and said, I apologize for this lack of transparency to this community. I apologize for not allowing you all into our decision. So I don't know exactly how this came about. They're not really giving us that information, but they're saying that these mass gatherings are soft targets for any holiday, and that the minimum expense with overtime and everything you need to do, it's about $200,000 to $250,000 to make sure that there's no violence or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Not that
yeah. Well, you got to keep people safe. Got to keep people safe.
So this is true. In other news, I'll just throw in a light story because, gosh, there's just so much tough news. I know we'll talk about the D.C. situation, the big, beautiful bill, but there are some top baby names in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, across the region. And this is usually from Social Security. They look up the top baby names. And so Noah and Liam making the boys list for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. For girls' names, Charlotte, Emma, and Sophia. So those are the rankings that we get from the Social Security Administration. As I kind of love that story. Every year we learn the top baby names, and maybe if you're having a kid, you want to avoid Noah, Liam, or Oliver, because like every kid in your kid's kindergarten class is going to have the same name. So maybe come up with something different.
Have your kids stand out. I think the baby name thing is interesting to look at too. When you look at like other countries, like the UK, Muhammad was the #1 name for a while, which people years ago were like, I think you guys are going to have a problem out there. And now you look at what's going on in the UK. Not that there's an issue with people named Muhammad, but some cultures don't play well with each other.
Yeah,
and I think you're kind of seeing that in Europe.
When our son Michael, when we had him, I was trying to talk my husband Larry into naming him Moses because I love the name Moses Menti, and he was like, absolutely not. We're not
Eminem.
Right. I mean, I love the name Moses. His name's Michael, so we stuck with the alliteration. Right. But I don't know. I kind of like when you stick with a family name because you avoid all the trendy names.
Why did you name him Larry after Larry?
Well, so the second kid was going to be Katie after Katie Rose after both of our moms.
Right.
But David turned out to have a little boy part. So then we named him Lawrence David Menti the second, but he's David because one Larry's enough.
Oh, come on.
And you don't want little Larry.
Larry.
Right.
So
speaking of Eminem, by the way, LaMonica McIver, the enraged woman who
the lesser Eminem,
right? She was wearing that big red jacket when she was swinging at cops, and she looked like an angry red Eminem. I'm just saying,
a big red angry Eminem.
Angry Eminem.
Yeah, and I know Nancy Mace has filed that resolution. I'll just headline this because I know we'll do it outside of news. Yeah. But Representative Nancy Mace, Republican, obviously from South Carolina, filing that resolution this week to expel Representative LaMonica McIver, a Democrat from New Jersey, over pending federal charges related to that scuffle involving lawmakers, protesters, and ICE enforcement officers outside a migrant detention facility in New Jersey that we've talked a lot about. And I know as well, we'll get to the woman in the Trump administration who's dubbed the ICE Barbie, and this is Kristi Noem, and her 2-word answer when the media was, right? So we'll get to that little tease for you. But
I heard Kamala Harris was interested in what she was offering.
Oh, ouch. Well, you'll get the joke, you'll get the pun around the corner after news. But we're sponsored by D&K Appliances. Family-owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands, Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and much more. And their staff, local experts, guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, service. They take you right through the process. Visit D&K Appliances. They're in Newtown Square, closer to me in Flowertown, Montgomery County, or DKAppliances.com, DKAppliances.com. Do it. And as far as our forecast, looking at the weekend forecast, we are clearing up. The sun is coming out. So this is a good thing as we look at the forecast. Sunny weather as we sail through. I know it's chilly and cloudy, 53 degrees right now in our region, but 65 is the high today with mostly sunny skies. For your Saturday, 64 degrees, partly sunny skies, so a little cooler down the shore, but there's no rain or no precipitation that's measurable for the entire holiday weekend. So moving through the better days, Sunday, Monday. Sunday, bright sunny skies, 70 degrees in the city of Philadelphia. That means upper 60s down the Jersey Shore. And then as far as your Monday, 75 degrees, bright sunny skies. And if you can eke out one extra day, Tuesday looks lovely with partly sunny, 76 degrees. That's your forecast. Kayal and Company News Live. Jimmy Kelly has your weather sponsor.
That is correct, Dawn. Kayal and Company weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
There it is, your sponsor.
There it is.
For weather.
There it is.
I know we almost sound a little bit, because we're not used to doing this, so we're, it's like the old school, like, ring, like sound effects or something. I
We're
don't
just
know.
winging it as we go along.
Well, we need some little sound effects or something, for the little weather sponsor.
Ding, ding, weather sponsor this morning. Just as long as the spots get in, that's the main thing. As long as they're read and they're counted and the times are marked down, who cares who reads them?
Sean, I'm saying that because Greg Stocker was like critiquing Nick Kayal and I this week and said we need to work on our weather toss.
Oh, just wait till he hears this.
Yeah.
Just wait until he's, you got to.
He was critiquing.
Oh, just wait until he hears this of me trying to read the weather.
Listen, everybody's, the knives are out, right?
Yeah,
it's
baby.
only hour 2, and the knives are out.
That's right.
He's like, Sean.
The knives are out.
He's like Simon Cowell. What does he think? He's like judging us?
Your weather...
American Idol.
Yeah, you see, here's the problem right now. Your weather read is horrible. You have no inflection whatsoever. And you're just dreadful. You can't read. You can't run a board. You can't see. You can't do this. You need to just jump on the train and just go kill yourself.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
I feel like Simon Cowell on American Idol, by the way, was like the first angry European guy on TV, and then it turned into like all those cooking shows.
Yes.
Like if I can't stand, American Idol was like the first one of those type, I guess, shows, but like
Over The Voice.
I can't stand these shows with like these judges who think they know everything, and I'm like, oh yeah, you think it tastes bad? I'm gonna put it in your face.
Yeah, but Simon
Like
Cowell...
I would just...
But that was the main reason why people watched American Idol, because they wanted to hear Simon Cowell. They wanted to see what he would say next. People love a train wreck. That's why Fight Club is so popular here now, because people love a train wreck. People love to hear Simon say, listen to me. I think what you need to do is get your voice checked, because it's dreadful. It's awful. You're not part of this competition. I'm sorry.
Well, that's why, you talk about train wrecks, and we'll get to the Fight Club later this morning, but, that's why William Hung stuck around so long on American Idol. Remember that guy? She Bang, She Bang? And we finally, by the way, thanks to the Democrat Party of 2025, we have finally found somebody more tone deaf than William Hung. So there it is.
Wow.
History is being made every day, every time Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer opens their mouth. We are seeing history made as they become more tone deaf than William Hung. We've got a lot to get to this morning. We're having a good time. We got some, there's some heavy news out there, but there's some good news out there too, including a little bit out of Peru, which is interesting. And this comes a couple of years after Dylan Mulvaney thought it was a good idea to go there and post about it. He said the United States wasn't as accepting. Now Peru is classifying transgenders as mentally ill. Thanks, Dylan. We'll get to more of that. Having some fun this morning as we take you up to 10 o'clock, handing it off to the great Dawn Stensland for the Dawn Show. Going into Memorial Day weekend, 1210 WPHT. Number to call, 855-839-1210 to join the conversation. We'll be back with more after this.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, welcome back. 1210 WPHT. It's Sean Farish and Dawn Stenslin. I'm filling in today with the great Dawn Stenslin here on 1210 WPHT as we take you into Memorial Day weekend. A lot on tap for you this morning. Fight Club a little bit later in the show. A funny story out of Peru. Before we get to that, I would love to just at least touch on this very sad story out of Washington, D.C. And I get a lot of questions from a lot of people. And I get a lot of accusations from a lot of people about why I am so opposed to the quote-unquote free Palestine movement. And I clarify my position all the time when it comes to this Free Palestine and the demonstrations. I will fight until I am blue in the face, to the ends of the earth, for everybody to have their right to peacefully protest. Okay, you want to see resistance. You want to stand on a street corner with signs. You want to demonstrate. You want to do a little civil disobedience, and all of this is legal and peaceful. Maybe some of it is an inconvenience for some, but that's sometimes the point of a protest, is to make enough noise, inconvenience enough people to send a message,
Yeah.
But resistance stops and your First Amendment protections stop when you start being violent, okay? An intifada is not just a word. It is defined as a violent uprising of the Palestinian people. Chanting death to America, while maybe not illegal on its face, is not something that I would consider attractive or something that I would consider constructive for getting your point across. And certainly mowing down and slaughtering a young, beautiful couple with the rest of their lives ahead of them on the streets of Washington, D.C., it is being called a resistance. It is being attempted to be rationalized by some of these lunatics. And this is why I get heat for this every time I do it, and I just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I'm so critical of people like Candace Owens. This is why I'm so critical of folks who want to kind of tell you, well, the Free Palestine people have a point. Well, you know what? They're having a real hard time trying to prove it, because every time they try and prove their point, there seems to be some sort of act of violence, some sort of illegality associated with their protests, with their actions. You look at Columbia University just as one example. And I get this, well, what's the matter? You don't want the students to protest? They can go ahead and do whatever they want when they protest. You can't break the law, okay? You can't vandalize a building. You can't, storm a library, destroy people's property, assault officers, assault other students. You just can't do that. Why can't you make your point without doing that? Every time, we deal with this. Go back to Black Lives Matter, who are essentially, that's the Free Palestine movement. It's got a new name now. But they couldn't make their point, Dawn, in the summer of 2020 without burning down the AutoZone?
No, and I interviewed. I was trying to put this all together because I think sometimes in the news headlines it's fragmented reporting of what's going on with these protests across the country. The person who puts it together so eloquently is Dr. Stephen Bucci. He's a doctor, meaning a PhD, but he is a Heritage Foundation now, but has worked in many administrations, worked with Donald Rumsfeld back in the day, a big name, right? Worked at the Pentagon, and a real expert in things like cybersecurity, national homeland security. And he wrote a great piece like about 10 years ago, talking about the ecosystem, not in a good way, that we've created. And that's to your point, Sean Farish. And this is, for you, when you talk about this, you are 100% correct. But the deal is, we've allowed this infusion of people who hate us. They hate our people. They're anti-American. They're actually anti-democracy. And they're anti-Semites. They hate Jews. Okay.
Yeah.
And what that means, what that word means, and I, as a longtime news person, I want to just wrap my brain around this. If somebody says to me anti-Semitism, oh, that person hates Jews, well, then you hate me. You hate America. Whether or not you are Jewish or not, if you're an American, these are our fellow Americans, right? So we have to stop seeing it as a dual issue. It's not. Jewish Americans are Americans. If people coming to this country on a visa or whatever, they hate our fellow Americans, then we need to boot them out and prevent those individuals from coming here. Because look at what's happening with the indoctrination. So this guy, Elias Rodriguez, the suspect, who reportedly confessed to gunning down this beautiful couple, innocent couple, and the standing of their bodies like that, Sean, is just, it's horrific. But we've got to understand that did not just happen in this snapshot of, some crazy violent guy. That's not what this was. This is somebody who, I believe it will come out, was indoctrinated, and somebody who bought into this big lie that is, and then you, on top of it, the mental health stuff that's happening today but this is sick. And so we need to extract this whole situation and have zero tolerance to it. And I just am so grateful to you, Sean Farish, because I know you have a huge national following for championing this, because people have got to understand it's not about Jewish or Christian or Presbyterian. That's not what this is. They're against us as Americans. Why would any country allow people who hate them or want to spew hatred? Why would anybody let those individuals into this country or let them into our universities?
Yeah, it's a great point, and I know other countries wouldn't allow it, right? A lot of other countries wouldn't allow it, and this is the point that I like to make all the time when I'm talking about this particular issue. It's not necessarily about Israel and Palestine, right? Those are two countries, or Palestine's not a country, but the whole thing, it's about as real of a place as Narnia. But when you look at Hogwarts, right? I'm gonna start protesting free Hogwarts, right? And they get mad. It's a place. I said, well, I can't find it on a map. Yeah. And they show me the 1940s or whatever the thing is, whatever, the whole thing. But I say it's not about Israel, Palestine, Jews, Christians. As you said, Dawn, it's about America, right? Mm-hmm. And these people are not just stopping with, hey, we want a Palestinian state. We want a country with borders to be recognized. They're calling from the river to the sea. I debated somebody a couple weeks ago, and I said, from what river to what sea? Mm-hmm. And they said, well, the Jordan River to the and I'm sitting there, I go, and what is between those two bodies of water? Mm-hmm. And they said, well, Israel. And I said, and what does it mean from the river to the sea when you say, you want Palestine to be freed in that area? Well, we want to. I said, okay, so you want to eliminate their country, eliminate their people so that the Palestinian people, it's not just that, though. It's this death to America. And this guy, this Rodriguez guy, Elias Rodriguez, he posted death to America online. And he said to, Metro PD in D.C., I did it for Palestine. I did it for Gaza. I did it for Palestine. I did it for Gaza. I did it for, he killed these two beautiful people who are, by the way, Messianic Jews, right? So, or at least one of them were. So these are two Jews. I think the gentleman was, right? Yaron is his name.
Yes.
Was that his name? So he's a Jew, believes that Jesus is the Messiah, right? Mm-hmm. So for the crowd of people, and I mean, these people are just vitriolic, sick, right? Who will, they say Christ is king. I say, no, they're saying Christ for clicks, because that's all they're doing it. They don't believe in a word of any of that. If, contrast that to some of the teachings. But, this is not one of these people who, doesn't believe in Jesus, right? This is not one of these people who you think you oppose. And then for everybody who says it's not anti-Semitism, we don't hate Jews, we just, don't love the Israeli government. Well, I don't love the Israeli government. I have no relationship with Bibi Netanyahu, despite people saying that I've been paid by Israel and I'm some sort of shill. I said, well, those checks have been lost in the mail, maybe they'll help us out with the hail damage we got here in Tennessee. Send a check. It's not Israel if you're listening. Your boy could use a little help, right? It has nothing to do with that. And everything to do with the fact that, okay, if you're not anti-Jew, I don't know. You've probably seen it online. I spend a lot of time on X, and I go into some of these circles and ruffle feathers, and then come on out and watch them go crazy and laugh a little bit. But every time I say, hey, why are you defending the Death to America crowd? And how does that fit into your quote unquote America First platform? They're like, well, you're just a stupid Jew. And I'm like, whoa. So Jew is an insult, but you don't hate Jews? This would make sense to me, right? So death to America, but you're America first. How do those two things fit? Right. Yeah. So, and it comes down to what you mentioned, indoctrinated. I say radicalized. Make no mistake. The Free Palestine movement in this country, while there are people who may demonstrate and protest on behalf of, or in favor of creating a Palestinian state in the Middle East, a Palestinian nation, the Free Palestine movement in this country is largely a movement composed of people who support radical Islamic terrorism. And that's why that's what you saw in Washington, D.C. And that's why you're seeing what you're seeing on college campuses and hearing, the vitriolic comments. And I thought our side was better than this, but there is a metastasizing, growing, vitriolic movement on the left. It's been there, but on the right as well. And I don't want that to overshadow. I'm tired of being called a Nazi. I've been through this since, 2018, 2019. People at school board meetings back on Long Island screamed that I was a Nazi and a white supremacist. And I said, absolutely not. I oppose that. And then we've got people on our side who I thought were on our side, the Candace Owens of the world, some of the quote unquote online influencers who are espousing the ideas and praising Adolf Hitler. And I'm like, my goodness, the left is going to see this and say we were right. I don't want that. Not just because it's bad politically, but it's just bad. And look what it's doing. It's getting people killed. It is destroying and destabilizing society. And if you don't think that that's what Hamas wants to do, then you don't know them. I watched this documentary about Osama bin Laden on Netflix, by the way. It was great, Hunting bin Laden. And he said, we're going to continue to kill Americans. That just happened in D.C. 2 nights ago.
Yes.
It just happened.
It's sick.
Stop doing their bidding. It's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. This is why I am 100% in favor of Israel going into Gaza and eliminating every last green headband that they find. Not civilians, not children, but every last member of Hamas.
Yeah.
Because those people are radicalizing our people here in our country. And it just took 2 beautiful, beautiful young people with the rest of their lives ahead of them. It just took them from the rest of us, took away everything they were going to do for the world. And you know what? As far as I'm concerned, the people pushing the pro-Palestine, free Palestine, anti-Israel, anti-Jew, death to America narrative, they're all accessories to that murder, in my opinion. Maybe not legally, but in the court of public opinion, I think that's the case.
And in this case, that suspect who reportedly confessed, Elias Rodriguez, 30 years old, charged with first-degree murder in this case of this beautiful young couple. He fired at close range his German-designed H&K 9mm pistol. He fired 21 times, even reloading the weapon and firing again. And it's being reported by authorities that Sarah Milgram, 26-year-old, beautiful young lady, Sarah, grew up in Kansas, grew up outside Kansas City, I should say. She was trying to crawl away. So she's shot and she's on the ground and she's covered in her blood. She's trying to crawl away. And then he reloads. And you think about this at close range, and then he drops the weapon and runs into the museum. But what kind of person gets that much hate that they can face, two young people younger than him, and at close range just fight, shoot them? And as they're pleading for their lives and trying to crawl away, you continue to do that. Such a heinous, cold-blooded killing. You think about that level of hate, I can't even believe it. It's horrifying.
No, these people are not our friends. They're not friends to our country. They're not friends to our friends. And I'll leave it at this because it's a heavy story. Yeah. But it needs to be said, in my opinion. This witness, Jonathan Epstein, spoke to CNN, and of course the host got upset. Yeah. And he spoke to CNN, and he said, "What I saw in the shooter's eyes," he said, "what I saw in his eyes is what I saw in the eyes of all of the protesters at Columbia University." This is a Columbia grad student. Nothing different between him and them. That is why Marco Rubio is right to revoke these visas of students who espouse this ideology. That is why I am in favor of Donald Trump and the Department of Homeland Security and the Trump administration telling Harvard, no more foreign students. That is why I'm in favor of these things, because if we don't get that under control, It is going to spread like a plague. You thought COVID was bad. It is going to spread like a plague in this country. And you're going to start, there's going to be no distinction between this place and Gaza. And I don't want that to happen. Not in my backyard, not in your backyard. This is supposed to be a country where, okay, you have a disagreement. We talk it out. We hash it out. Free speech. This is not what's supposed to be happening here. And it's happening here because a number of people decided that's the narrative they want to push. And it's getting people killed. We're going to be back on the other side of this other side of this break, wrapping up hour 2. Sean Farish, Dawn Stenson, a little bit more on that story. 1210 WPHT 855-839-1210 to join the conversation.
And I've got to talk about my friends from Piazza. You've heard me talk about the extensive, beautiful crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. So right now, they are offering 1.9% financing. 1.9% financing. This is good. On the capable CX-50, 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70. That's the plug-in hybrid. So the sleek Mazda CX-5 and the sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Just shop with confidence at Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is, of course, unaffected by any kind of new tariffs. Visit PiazzaMazda.com today. Piazza, PiazzaMazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We're kicking off summer with a short tradition with Dom Giordano live from the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Stop by this afternoon, 12 till 3. Great fun and giveaways, food trucks, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you can never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No, what are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh, so how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com.
Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
10 WPHT, Kayal and Company. It's Sean Farish and Dawn Stensland bringing you into Memorial Day weekend here on 1210 WPHT. And I'm going to jump right into this because we got two callers, and then we're going to do our cut sheet this morning. It'll be a fun time. I promise you. There's a lot of good stuff loaded up here on the cut sheet. We have a couple of folks who would like to chime in on what we were talking about regarding Israel and Palestine and the entire debate surrounding that. So let's first go to Joe in Germantown. What's going on, Joe? Good morning.
Good morning, Sean and Dawn and your staff. Y'all not going to be happy with my car because, like I said, I say what I mean. I mean what I'm a black man of the Nation of Islam, and I support Palestine 100%, without a doubt. I say free Palestine, and it's only one Intifada. It's the only solution, brother, and I'm not violent.
Why?
I don't hate
Why?
nobody.
How is that not? Joe, what is an Intifada? What is an Intifada?
Intifada is revolution, brother. Revolution.
What happens in revolution, Joe?
Revolution could be non-violent. It could be violent. It could be either one. It could be non-violent.
Do you denounce the violence? Do you denounce the violence that happened in D.C. 2
That's
minutes
not
ago?
the answer. But I support Palestinians' right to defend themselves in Israel against those Zionist maniacs over there that shoot down women and children.
Joe, can I ask you a question? Joe, can I ask you a question? Joe,
those Palestinian children.
Joe, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question? You there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm here.
What happened on October 7th, 2023?
Yeah, and what happened? And what's happened for 7
No. Joe, you can't answer my question with a question.
Yeah.
What happened on October 7th, 2023?
Out of frustration, people got tired of being dehumanized, and that's why they going to continue to happen until these Zionist Jews treat my Palestinians.
But what happened as a result of that? You know, I've been
frustrated.
frustrated with being dehumanized. I've been frustrated
That's right.
with being treated improperly
That's right.
before. I've never killed anybody as a result of that. What happened on October 7th, 2023?
But you know, everybody is different.
Joe.
Everybody's frustration.
Everybody's different. That doesn't justify terrorism, Joe.
Do you know about
You just told me, Joe, you just told me you denounced violence. What happened on October 7th?
I can't speak for everybody else.
Joseph.
I know, are you familiar with Nat Turner? Nat Turner was a black Christian minister. He got tired of the white
Joe,
man raping his women.
I'm not talking about Nat Turner, Joe. I'm talking about Israel and Palestine, Joe. I'm not talking about. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. What happened on October? Joe, answer the question, Joe. What happened on October 7th, 2023?
This is why stuff like that keep happening because y'all refuse to look at.
No. Well, stuff like what? What happened, Joseph?
I just
what
told you that.
happened?
I said,
You told me, you told me, you told me someone got frustrated, Joe. You told me someone got frustrated. No. I'll tell you what happened on October 7th, 2023. Okay? 1,500 people were killed. People who were attending a music festival were mowed down, who have nothing to do with Zionism or anything like. They were there to listen to music, and they were killed. Women were raped. Israel entered Gaza as a result. If you were in a bar, Joe, and someone sucker punched you, would you fight back? Of course you would. If someone came into your face, Joe, and spit in your face, you would swing back at them. Why? Because you're defending themselves. You told me Palestine has a result. Shut up and listen. All right? Stop interrupting and get off the line. Get him off. Get him off. This guy's a clown. Total clown. Total clown. Because he came in and he said Palestine has a right to defend themselves, but Israel doesn't. I'm sorry. But if someone comes in, takes a swing at me, if I'm in a bar, someone comes in, takes a swing at me, I'm swinging back. You don't want Israel to go into Gaza? You don't want there to be an occupation at this point in time? You don't want women and children, and you don't want civilians injured because of a war that they didn't start? Maybe they shouldn't have started it. There's a term out there, there's a phrase, we all throw it around. F around and find out. Hamas decided on October 7th, 2023, that they wanted to F around. The people who elected Hamas to be their leaders, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for any civilian caught in a casualty that they didn't start. But it was their leadership that F'd around. And now, unfortunately, everybody in Gaza is finding out. And it is people like Joe in Germantown who refuse to acknowledge that simple truth. October 7th, 2023, Hamas decided it was a good idea because, as Joe said, well, they were frustrated. I've been frustrated. I don't kill people when I'm frustrated. I don't rape people when I'm frustrated. I don't launch rockets at another country when I'm frustrated. Thankfully, Joe is not in a position where he could do that. Hopefully not. On October 7, 2023, Hamas decided to start a war. They decided to take hostages. They decided to launch rockets and wage an attack and launch an attack on a country that, if that hadn't happened, would not be in Gaza right now. And I'll tell you one more thing. Okay, there's these numbers that are coming out of Gaza about all the civilian casualties, 50,000, this many women, this many children, which Hamas loves to quietly revise down, kind of like how the Biden jobs numbers were. Look, let me tell you something. It's the exact same psyop. The exact same psyop that we saw during COVID when they overinflated the COVID deaths. Why did they do that? Because they were playing everybody and playing with our emotions. That's why they're doing that, because they were playing it with everybody's emotions, trying to say, oh, how many people are dying from COVID? This justifies the lockdown. You have all these quote-unquote civilian casualties, and they're trying to justify why Hamas exists. If Hamas didn't launch an attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, there'd be 0 civilian casualties that Israel would be responsible for, if there are that many at all. If you trust the numbers that are coming out of the Gaza Health Ministry, which is a propaganda arm for Hamas, you got another problem. They're overinflating the number of people who are dying in Israel because of people like Joe, to get him to act the way he acts, who couldn't shut up and listen to the truth for 10 seconds. Absolutely disgusting. And this is why we have the issues going on in D.C. And this is why I am so fiercely opposed to the Free Palestine movement. An intifada, by the way, is not just a revolution. It is a violent uprising against Israel and Israelis and Zionists by the Palestinian people. It's not just a revolution. And it's not just, well, so-and-so was frustrated. We've all been frustrated. I don't kill people when I'm frustrated. And I like to ask that of anybody else who's frustrated. And I don't think that's an unreasonable ask. Let's go to Frank in South Philly. Frank, good morning.
Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, Sean. First of all, I'd like to give my condolence to the 2 people that got killed in Washington over there. It's a sad situation where one who believes in a radical or Pakistan protest and goes out there in our country in D.C. to kill 2 Jewish people, or maybe one, and the other one was a Christian, the other one was a Jewish person, and the caller that you had before me from our city over here, he believes in Pakistan. Anyone who believes in Pakistan, what they're doing, protesting.
I think you mean, Frank, I just want to say, I think you mean Palestine.
Palestine. Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize because I was born in another country. And I
That's
came
all right.
here when I was six years old, and I'm a veteran also.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome, Sean. I served in South Korea, and like I say, I called yesterday at the University of Columbia, and I also called University of Harvard. And I said, any one of them is protesting out there, we should deport them and not accept any more college kids to go into universities. I asked the HR over there that I was speaking to. She's a student, not even working for the college. She's a student and working the HR firm. And I asked her, well, who pays your tuition at $40,000, $50,000, whatever that may be? And she says, I don't pay nothing. Well, somebody's paying them tuitions, and that's why somebody's paying certain tuitions, books, whatever that may be, and they're out there protesting. They're getting that money free, and they're protesting. And the president of Colombia encourages these Palestinian protesters out there and taking over the colleges. I call because I have 6 grandchildren, Dawn, And I said to them, why would anyone, not just me, why would anyone pay $50,000 and then have to go into a danger zone into one of these universities or colleges that are sometimes they got all this money, but yet they bring in these foreign students. We got to screen them out, and if they're bad apples, send them back to their countries. And if they want to protest in regards to this senseless thing in the United States, well, let them go back to Palestine and let them protest there or any other terrorist country. The Hamas is infiltrated our United States, Dawn.
Yeah, it is. I think it is. Okay, I'll just say this: there are so many different issues that people get emotional about, and so if we can compartmentalize them, I think even Joe would agree that he did denounce any kind of violence and certainly denounces the violence that happened in D.C. against on American soil. But I think as far as the issue of, remember President Trump, and I'm looking for the date, but President Trump spoke about this and talked about a freedom zone. He talked about the fact that these are people who've been essentially oppressed by Hamas terrorists. And people say, well, they voted him in. Well, when was the last election? It was like 2006, 2007. We talked, right? So I talked about in the news the fact that there were actually, when the people in this region under the oppression of Hamas, and more than half are children or underage, they were protesting against Hamas. So I think there's another angle to this, and that's, I think, the brilliance of President Trump, that what he sees is an opportunity here to rebuild Gaza. He's been highly criticized when he talked about that, because it would involve, if you were trying to rebuild it, sometimes if you're redoing your house, you need to move out for a little bit, move in with your, like Nick Kayal, he's going to move in with the in-laws for a little bit before they move into the new house. And so that received a lot of criticism, because people said, well, wait a minute, what are you going to do? We don't trust that you're going to let them back in. But I think Trump is correct. I talk about that old movie from back in the day, and my sons found it, and we watched it, Charlie Wilson's War, based on a true story, if you've ever seen that movie. But if you think about the fact, and that's what Trump is talking about, that we have an opportunity right now for all of these young people in Gaza to not live in this hellhole right now. And that's what Trump called it. It's a hellhole. It's just rubble. So what do you do now to rebuild this area so that these people, these survivors of this horrible situation, right, that they don't continue to be raised and indoctrinated by Hamas or Hamas, like whoever takes over, to hate us? I mean, I think that's what Trump sees for the future. He has said he wants to rebuild that region and let these individuals have quality schools and quality business, quality life, where they can have an education, because that increases the odds that you're not going to have children from the time they're little who are taught only hatred. And I think that's the answer that Trump has talked about.
Correct. And the only way to have Gaza in a stable situation is by all the Middle East countries to come together and just say, hey, listen, we're not looking for this violence and terrorist groups in this area no more. And getting to the Joe, the last caller, if they had an event, and I hope it never happens, if they have an event, let's say either North Philly, West Philly, South Philly, whatever, in Philadelphia, let's say, we have an event, and I'm sure he remembers the event they used to have, the basketball league up at 16th and Diamond. If God forbid someone would turn around and come here and start shooting everybody, well, I'm sure the whole neighborhood, similar that happened over there in Israel with 1,500, they got an event where everybody's enjoying themselves, and something like that. God forbid something happens like that. I'm sure Joe and the people of North Philly or West Philly or South Philly or whatever the case might be, they're not going to take it too lightly. They're going to have a bad taste. They're going to have bitterness. They're going to have frustration, not even frustration. They want to get some kind of revenge, and that's what happened with the Israel when 1,500 people just got slaughtered in a musical event that they had over there. It's sad when that happens. And terrorists,
it's very sad.
Terrorist groups like that will never get eliminated unless the Middle East countries in that area that are people that want to just live and turn around, enjoy life, and eliminate that terrorist groups that are all over, not just in that area, but they infiltrated and planted seeds through the college systems, through the college universities. They planted seeds to turn around and divide and conquer this United States. I came here when I was 6 years old, and that wouldn't happen in Italy, with the country I would come. There wouldn't be a guy shooting like that and give him life imprisonment, because they would just give him an electric chair or a firing squad, or a guy that comes here and shoots him and unloads and reloads a gun on two innocent people like that. It doesn't happen.
We love you.
It shouldn't happen.
We love you, Frank.
That is a senseless crime. Thank you, Sean, for bringing. Could I say one more thing? I hope all the veterans and the people in the United States have a safe Memorial Weekend, because I'm a veteran and I build a veterans memorial. Dawn knows where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone's welcome there to see it. And Veterans Day weekend, we also hold a big ceremony over there.
We love you, Frank. Can I
Thank
just
you
say
for your call,
something?
Frank.
Just
Thank
real
you for
quick.
your service. Yeah, go ahead, Dawn.
With Sean and with Frank, there's this. Just if Joe is still listening from the Germantown section of Philadelphia, because I live in the city of Philadelphia, and I think part of this is that we should come together and agree on the common ground issues. And I think that a lot of people are emotional over this issue, but I will say this about so many faithful family people like Joe, probably that's why he's listening. And so, my son David loves this place, Assad's Hot Chicken, if you know it. It's like spicy chicken, like the best food. It's right across from a huge mosque in Philadelphia, and great people. And so we're having our, we come together, and we have conservative values, family values, and that's our common ground. And so I think that's where we begin looking for common ground, looking for peace, looking for everybody to have a good life. And violence or violent behavior, even though the Middle East for thousands of years is a frustrating situation, there's no question,
It is.
right?
A lot of cultures that have
Yes.
to coexist, and it's tough.
And so my dad always says places that have the least peace, they don't have ice cream shops. And that's like my dad's silly philosophy. But I do think when we come together over food. But, I will say this about our Muslim community here in Philadelphia, that I don't want any wrongful impressions on them as well, because
Right.
these are family people. These are people with conservative family, faith, values. That's where we all in this space have common ground. And so I think that if we can stick to that and try to not really get played by the people who want us to fight and be divided, because they don't want us to be peaceful. And I'll say this as well. When you talk about the indoctrination situation that's going on, like college campuses, that money is not coming from Hamas. That money came from Qatar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our universities. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. So there's that little anti-Semitism situation that, when I reported last week on all the success that certainly President Trump had, really gaining, trillions of dollars in new business, which means jobs and investment and all that in our economy. As well, we have to remember that there are people in regions that they are anti-Semitic. And so you have to balance all of that out. I know that Trump knows that. President Trump knows that. But I'm just saying we have to be smart about it. And that's why, in part, President Trump and this administration is cutting all of this huge money in government money that we're giving to these institutions that are doing this anti-Semitic indoctrination.
Right. And, you mentioned, Qatar, the Middle East, and how frustrating it has been. If you remember the Abraham Accords from Trump's first term, it was an economic agreement. It was essentially trade. And it was, you mentioned a common ground. Well, everybody felt like there was something in it for everyone to just get along, and that was what was going on. Unfortunately, it does cast a very bad shadow and a black eye on cultural groups when you have groups as radical and as vitriolic as Hamas, right? Where no, I would not equate every person who is Islamic or practices the Islamic faith or Muslim to be like Hamas. I know Muslims who are not like Hamas, who do not support Hamas. As a matter of fact, even in Israel, on the West Bank, the ruling authority of the Palestinians out there, the Palestinian Authority, they don't have as many problems with Israel as Hamas does, and the situation down there in Gaza. The problem is that's a radical. Hamas is a radical, just rabid, violent group who has made it abundantly clear that they seek no desire to coexist with Israel. They don't believe Israel should exist. Okay, it's that simple. If somebody wants to protest in favor or demonstrate in favor of a Palestinian state, you can do that without murdering people at a music festival. And I know you can get frustrated, and I know you could feel like there's oppression, but the answer to oppression is not terrorism. It just isn't. And that can't be something that's considered controversial. Well, you know why this happened? Because this happened. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't justify an act of terror because of what is being perceived as oppression. So, I think Donald Trump's plan for Gaza, obviously get Hamas out of there first, rip out the weed at its root, rebuild it, and maybe there will be a better situation out there. I hope so. I think it speaks volumes that a bunch of these Arabic countries, these Muslim countries in the Middle East, they don't want to take refugees out of Gaza. I wonder why, right? I mean, it's that simple. But I think that's why Donald Trump, his Middle East trip last week, was so, not just successful, but important and significant, because bringing all of these countries to the table that historically, between the United States, them, and then the different, cultural, tribal, et cetera, that goes on with all these different countries, bringing them all to the table and essentially saying, look, everybody here is going to eat if everybody here gets along. And we tried this with the Abraham Accords, and it worked for a short period of time. So we'll see what happens now. I think if there's anybody who can get this done, it's probably Donald Trump.
Agreed. And so you look at the Gaza Strip, about little over 2 million people live there. That's the estimate. And about half are children under the age of 18. These are young people. And so, whether you want to say Palestinian Arabs or Gazans, however you want to describe these individuals, they're young people, and they're survivors. And so at this point, I think Trump's strategy is that in the world, if we all believe in peace and prosperity, and if they can rebuild that area and bring forth to that population of 2 million so they can know what it is to have hope, because right now they have no hope. They live, think about that war-torn region. It's just like a crumbled,
it's horrible.
It's like a crumbled mess, and concrete and slabs. It's not even safe. And then you have all of these caves and things collapsing. And so if they can rebuild that region, and if they can bring forth, that they get a taste of that better life, of some level of a quality life, and feel hope, then you have less odds, as Joe had said, well, then you have less odds that these individuals feel oppressed or frustrated, etc. But also, I think, to your point, to root out those individuals who are dividing all of us, because there are individuals who don't want this peace. They're creating chaos in this country, right, with all of this violence and anti-Semitic, indoctrination and all of this. All of this chaos is designed so that we don't all come together and agree upon peace and prosperity for everyone. That's what this is. There's the old saying, the devil always interrupts, right?
Yeah.
And so these are evil people who have a goal, and that goal is that they hate another group of people. So because when you look at October 7th and you think about what happened, full well, you think to yourself, who would have done that? That they unleashed hell on their people. They knew that. And one of the leaders who, in fact, was taken out had said that there's video of it, that the Gazan people would be sacrificed, but it was worth the sacrifice. For what?
Right. No, it's so sad. It is such a sad situation. And you look at, again, a group like Hamas that does not have, any desire to live peacefully. That's just not how they are. They've got to go. They are the problem. Hamas is the problem. Palestinians in general are not necessarily the problem, but the radicals like Hamas, they are the problem. And they have continued to be the problem. They are what caused the discussion and the Israel, Palestine, free Palestine, whatever, that all started because of an attack that they launched. Okay. And they are the issue, and they need to be eradicated, and they need to be dealt with. Not all Palestinians need to be eradicated. Okay. Hamas needs to be purged from that region and roundly denounced by everybody in the Middle East. That is the destabilizing force. And then when you talk about funding, where it's coming from, obviously, Qatar had a good relationship with the leaders of Hamas. Iran has a good relationship with the leaders of Hamas. They also have a relationship with the Houthis. They have a relationship with Hezbollah. And they have destabilized that region. And it's now destabilizing our society. And I'm not going to stand for it. I cannot stand for that. I don't want this stuff happening in our country. It's happening. And it's happening more frequently now, thanks to those divisive forces. Hamas needs to be dealt with. They need to be denounced. They need to be eradicated. They need to be purged from the region. And that would be the first step. That's the first step. And then maybe when those folks over there in Gaza, if they return or they stay or whatever, get a taste of what life is like without Hamas stealing their aid, oppressing their people worse than Israel ever would have or could have, indoctrinating their children, sacrificing them or using them as human shields, storing their weapons in hospitals and schools. When they get a taste of that life without Hamas, when the cancer is finally purged from their body and they feel what it's like to be healthy again, I don't think they'll ever make that mistake again. And allow, Hamas to be the rulers. Yeah, they were elected in 2006. It's 2025, so it's been 19 years. Yeah. They haven't had an election since. But, hopefully they'll learn and never make that mistake again. That's all I could say.
Yeah, and by the way, there have been reports worldwide, BBC among those reporting it, Times of India reporting that the Islamic militant group known as Hamas, that has been in control, like Sean said, nearly 2 decades in the Gaza Strip, that they had reportedly, there were multiple reports, they had conducted these internal purges. In other words, shooting to death their own people, if you will, who were cooperating with Israel or cooperating with those who are trying to free the hostages. They're still believed to be, hope to God, at least 24 hostages that were taken October 7th. Hopefully 24 are still alive. That's one of the latest counts. But that they were part of these purges. They were killing their own people through this intimidation.
Yeah, and it doesn't surprise me when you hear about when you're talking about the groups that we're talking about. But all right, I think we should move on to a little fun here on a Friday morning. It is time for a little later than we wanted to because of that discussion, but we'll get to it and we'll roll as much of it as we can. It's time for the cut sheet, right? What's on the cut sheet? You got it, Jimmy?
What's on the cut sheet?
All right, it is time to get rolling on this Friday morning. What's on the cut sheet? And there's a ton. There's a ton on the cut sheet this morning. So why don't we start off? We'll start off with something funny. All right, we'll lighten the mood a little bit. Start off with something funny. One of these exchanges that happened yesterday in the press briefing room. Caroline Leavitt had it out with Yamiche Alcindor, the infamous. She was with the New York Times, now I think with NBC, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just very happy that Yamiche Alcindor didn't try to eat Caroline Leavitt after she did this. So why don't we get to cut 12, Phil?
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin. And those crosses are representing their lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
The video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the White House...
No, it did show that. It showed white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
Verifies the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders to
Yamiche,
show?
what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this room, the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated, and that's a ridiculous line of questioning.
Unbelievable that Yamiche Alcindor, and I'll tell you what she was doing. Okay, she was playing semantics. She's saying that Donald Trump's claims that that was a burial site was unsubstantiated. In other words, beneath every cross that, if you're watching on youtube.com/1210, beneath every cross that was in that video and in the image, does not exist a body, right? In other words, that's not a cemetery, that's not a burial site, and Donald Trump, I think, called it a burial site. But it's serving the same purpose. It's a marker for somebody who was a victim and lost their life in the racial persecution, and many are calling it a genocide, in South Africa. And what Yamiche Alcindor was doing, she wasn't attempting to say that white people aren't being killed. She was trying to undermine the entire argument by saying, well, Donald Trump called that a burial site, and that's not what it is. And I think that's disgusting, watering down that story and ignoring the violence. What say you, Don?
No, you're exactly right. And that it's sometimes you think to yourself, Caroline Leavitt, who, by the way, I mean, let's just say she is a superstar, really, as far as having that job with such grace and the face of an angel, and she's so sharp and putting the media in their place. But in this case, to me, I just think to myself, my God, wouldn't the rest of us just lose some tolerance with an idiot question like that? Because in this case, this is somebody who, first of all, doesn't even care about her answer, is trying to talk over her.
Right.
So the reporter's not even listening to what she has to say. But then to say, well, no, I mean, we're looking at the video. We're literally looking at the video. There is substantiation of what this, these were crosses that represent all these, like, what part of this do you think is unsubstantiated? But yeah, my favorite part was when Caroline Leavitt said, in fact, why don't you turn to, the Associated Press, because they substantiated it. So maybe you have a problem with them. You know what I mean? But it just was like, I don't even know who that reporter was, but she clearly was not interested in the truth. And I think that's the real problem. The people who are seated there, they're not interested in an honest Q&A. They're not, usually when you're in a news conference like that, you're trying to get information and there's so much happening. Really, that's what you're focusing on, by the way, with all the announcements that happened yesterday and this week. That's what you're focusing on?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I'm familiar with Yamiche Alcindor. She was with PBS 5 years ago. She's always been a pain in the butt, with this administration. She's a radical leftist activist reporter. She's always been like this. So when she turned up at CBS, at NBC, I said, "Oh well, we know why she was hired."
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, so and she just she made a fool of herself to just ignore the fact and use semantics to say, well, it's not a burial site, as if saying that means none of it's happening. It's gross. It's gross. On the topic of this South African persecution of white farmers, of course, Whoopi Goldberg and the Zoo called it a conspiracy theory as well. Why don't we go to cut 17?
know what's happening in our world. So, South African President Ramaphosa paid a visit to the White House yesterday, which turned into a surprise presentation on conspiracy theories of a white genocide in his country. Take a look.
We have many people that feel they're being persecuted and they're coming to the United States. And we take from many locations, if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on, we do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
and then
take
when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The farmers are black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black.
My God! So between ambushing Zelensky and this, why would world leaders continue to come to the White House?
Okay, well, first of all, this is the problem with getting all your information from Laura Loomer and Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Because this is what they're going to deal you. And it was false conspiracy theory. One, the fact that the president of South Africa was trying to share was that data collected by white farmers themselves.
A false conspiracy theory when you had the video, and I find it convenient that the View didn't play the actual videos of the South African government officials saying kill the white farmers and take their land. I find it interesting they didn't play that. That is straight out of the 1984 novel. That's straight out of the they put that in the memory hole, and they were like, no, it's not happening because I say it's not happening. There's a line in that book. I read it last summer actually during the election because. There were a lot of similarities. What Kamala was trying to do, I was like, I'm going to read it again. I read it in like a week, right? What a great novel that is. It's such a compelling read.
Classic.
And that was the second time I'd read it, but the first time since high school. So I was like forced to read it there. I was like, I don't like it, but I did like it. And I loved it last summer. But, they told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. This is the party's final and most essential command, okay? What you see is not what's happening. And that's what the View was trying to do.
Yeah, amen. You think about this, you think about these. I can't even believe that the View gets ratings, but I guess it's on in doctors' offices or something. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, maybe we give it too much play. Maybe the ratings are just all of us in, conservative media watching it and taking the clips because they give us a lot of content. But to me, it's a shame that all of these women, they are paid millions of dollars and they spew, first of all, beep, 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 beep. They just
it goes like this. That's what the View is.
You forgot the mooing, Jimmy.
Cluck, by the way, CLUCK.
Right.
But you are right, because the reason why the View is so popular right now is because people like us are playing these clips. We're giving it some ammunition, and how it beats The Price is Right is beyond me. The Price is Right is on at the same time. How is the View beating The Price is Right? How is that happening?
Conspiracy.
It's us. I think Dawn's right. I think it's us. I think we're the ones giving them ratings.
I think you're right.
This morning when I woke up when I wake up every morning, I always post like a good morning. I don't just say good morning like some of these people on X, they engage in farming. They're like, good morning. Now say it back to me. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Stop. That's gross. But I usually put like a little message, right? And so this morning I was like, ABC is asking The View to tone it down with their anti-Trump rhetoric. Do you think that's going to work? Or do they not know how to do anything else? Are they one-trick ponies? And then people were commenting, and I said, they were like, I can't believe that show hasn't been canceled. And I said, I think the only reason I don't want them canceled is because the amount of content they give us,
It goes
we
back
have the ability to make jokes about them.
It goes back to what I've said earlier. Everybody loves to see a train wreck. Everybody wants to watch TV. And crazy as these women are, you just love watching them because you just want to see what they're going to say next. You want to see what Joy Behar is going to say. Well, I think it's a problem right now.
I know you people in 1210 WPHT, and I know you people.
Well, this is why when I see The View, I always start singing Old MacDonald Had a Farm. So,
it's a sin.
That's what it reminds me of, right? That's why I call him the bickering bovine. But you know what? This is why the left is so unattractive, right? This is why I think the left is so unattractive to not just, folks on the right, not just folks in the middle, but folks who are actually among leftists or on the left, Democrats. There's a guy, maybe he's going to run for president. Maybe he's not. Stephen A. Smith. I give this guy credit. He's stuck around for a while. He's definitely entertaining. I don't agree with him all the time, but he's definitely entertaining. And, he went off on Senator Chris Van Hollen and reacted to Senator Chris Van Hollen for basically, making a fool of himself in front of Marco Rubio. Let's play cut one here. This is interesting.
I loved how he started off by saying the fact that you object shows that I'm doing a good job, because he's letting them know I don't agree with your ass. And I got that part. But we have to understand that Marco Rubio, officially one of the most powerful people in America, okay, overseeing not just our country, not just in terms of Secretary of State, but national security. This man is an incredibly influential individual. Are we going to sit here and question the qualifications of Marco Rubio, who has been a senator for years, who is a former presidential candidate, who got reelected in the state of Florida? We know who Marco Rubio is. He's not unqualified. He's not incoherent. He's not inarticulate. He's not devoid of intelligence. He certainly isn't absent or devoid or oblivious to an understanding of policies that affect the United States of America. Last time I checked, Senator Chris Van Hollen, he's not there to agree with you or to be agreeable to you. Their administration won. The Democrats lost because you were focused on things not like this. You were focused on other stuff in an effort to win an election. And as a result, it cost you. Didn't we have an elected official go over to El Salvador to be with Abrego Garcia? Forgive me if I don't have his full name in front of me. Where were you when Biden was in office? Were you willing to go then?
I can't disagree with Stephen A. on that one. I like the fact that he calls out his own side. That man's not a Republican. That man's not a conservative, but he has a certain amount of common sense. And the biggest takeaway I get from that is he says, quote, the Democrats lost because you were focused on things not like this. You were focused on other stuff in an effort to win an election, and as a result, it costs you. What the Democrats are doing by being the party of MS-13, by being the party of these lunatics, like these Free Palestine lunatics that are causing violence in D.C., by being the party of men and women's sports and open borders, simply because they have to oppose Donald Trump because it's the one thing they know how to do best, is hurting them. It is hurting them. And I mean, I'm not necessarily here to stop them. Mm-hmm. I'm not necessarily here to stop them, but I actually agree with Stephen A.'s take there.
Amen. Should we take a quick break? We haven't taken a break in a little while, so maybe we should take a break, Sean.
I think, it's 8:30, so we'll take a break here. We'll come back with more Cut Sheet on the other side. 855-839-1210. More from the Cut Sheet in a short break.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
You've heard Nick talk about the extreme crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Right now, they are offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30 are available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Shop with confidence at Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by new tariffs. Visit PiazzaMazda.com today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back. 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in with the great Dawn Stensland today, the Dawn and Sean Show. We're having a good time. We have rolled, we're over halfway through the show already. It has gone by in the blink of an eye. 8:41 a.m. out there on the East Coast. I'm an hour behind you, Dawn.
Nice.
It's 7:40 where we're at here in the great state of Tennessee, where we just got, the weather here has just been, you mentioned a nice sunny forecast. We have had weather like nobody has ever seen. It's just crazy. This tornado passed about 3 miles to our south on Wednesday night, or was it Wednesday night? Or Tuesday night? Tuesday night, and it feels like a blur. It feels like it was yesterday because I'm into the extreme weather, right? I love the whole. When I was on the East Coast, living up on Long Island, we got a blizzard and there were 30 inches of snow. I was out in it, doing what I do, right? And I've always been a big follower of the Storm Chasers, right? Like Reed Timmer and these guys. Mm-hmm. I always wanted to see it. And I saw hail, pea-sized hail and stuff on Long Island, but we had these, tennis balls coming down.
That's
and
crazy.
it was unbelievable. But I was sitting there jumping. I'm like, we got hail. Brennan, my wife, is like, you're scaring the cats. I'm like, I know. But then, once the hail stopped, I went outside and I ate one. I had to take a bite. It was, cold. It was ice. When you hold one of these things in your hand and you look, you can actually see the layers, because what happens is the rain, it falls, it gets caught in an updraft, it goes up, it freezes, it falls, it goes back, and it keeps putting on layers of ice. And it's just fascinating that something like nature can do that. It's very powerful. So I did miss an opportunity though. I should have taken one of the hailstones and put it in a whiskey glass and poured a little drink. I didn't do that.
Nice.
It didn't stop the internet Karens from telling me, you don't know where that hail has been.
That's true. Pollution?
In the air.
It's in the air, but does it capture the pollution coming down? I don't know.
I don't know, but I ate it. And you know what? I don't have an 11th toe or a second head coming on yet, so I think I'm going to be okay.
Whenever I hear hail damage, whenever I hear hail damage, I think of my brother John, because the only time he ever talks about hail damage, it's referring to, like, if we're down the Jersey Shore and there's a man or a woman where, how, like, you might be a big person and then you have, like, the dimpled skin. And he goes, oh, there's some serious hail damage. I'm like, shh, John, stop.
That's funny. Our neighbor's car got hammered like that. He left it out. His windshield was okay, but my wife was like, I got this suspicion we should move our cars in the garage this time.
Smart.
And thankfully we did, or we wouldn't have windshields. So it would have been wild. But we're gonna roll on with the cut sheet here. Stephen A. Smith is on a roll. Again, I'm not somebody who necessarily agrees with his political takes or usually his sports takes, but he's entertaining and he tells it like it is. And he's very passionate about what he says. And we played the clip of him criticizing Senator Chris Van Hollen for going after Marco Rubio and prioritizing the wrong things. Chris Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo's brother, had mentioned he thinks that the pendulum, the political pendulum, and the public favor will swing back left. Stephen A. disagreed. Let's go to cut 7.
It'll swing back, but I just feel like the whole pendulum game just is not good for us. Let me ask you something real quick. We never talk sports. What'd you say, my man?
Sure. I don't think it's going to swing back. I think that the Democrats are in grave danger of losing the midterms. I think stuff like this is going to linger. And I think when you got a guy like Trump who will continue to remind everybody about fake news and all of this stuff. And they don't realize that every little thing that they do that leans towards this kind of stuff to point the finger at them about, it all of a sudden it brings into everything you accused him of. And no matter how right you may have been, there's so much wrong along the way that you're perpetually stained.
Yeah.
And that's how I look at them right now.
Right, and especially in a gotcha game. If there's no winner.
Yes.
And the only thing I would say
this is a gotcha game.
The midterms are going to be about the economic realities at home. And that's going to
I agree.
That's going to be the measure. So we'll see.
The economic realities are looking a little better. Egg prices are down. Inflation is starting to slow. Tariffs did not cause Armageddon, as predicted by several economists who have nothing important to say, like Jim Cramer or Jim Cramer Light, a guy, Charles Gasparino over on Fox Business. He's not a nice guy, by the way. He was mean to me on X. Oh yeah.
He's dead to us. Sorry.
Yeah, I said to him, you've been about as right as Jim Cramer, and he said, "Oh yeah, show me a prediction I got wrong, and I'll buy you an ice cream cone." So, on March 28th, he posted that tariffs were going to cause inflationary pressure, and as we sit here right now, inflation is cooling.
Yeah.
Tariffs are still in place at a higher rate than we were tariffing other countries on March 28th. So I said, "Mint chocolate chip, please," and then he went on a tangent and tirade and cited CNN as his source, even though he works for the competitor, and the whole thing. Just guy's a lunatic. But
he's dead to us. Anybody mean to Sean Farish, our great patriot? If he's a meanie to you, Sean, he's dead to me.
Nasty Charles Gasparino.
Nasty.
Yes, thank you, Dawn. He's a nasty guy.
Nasty.
Stephen A. thinks the pendulum's not going to swing back, though. He thinks it's not going to swing back. And again, I think it echoes some of his earlier points that he made about, or that we played, about Van Hollen, right? About the Democrats just not necessarily being focused on the right things. And he also gives credit to Trump, right? And saying that Trump is going to keep reminding people. What do you think? You think this pendulum's going to swing back, or is Stephen A. maybe onto something?
I don't know. I think, first of all, Stephen A. worked for the Philadelphia Inquirer, for those of you that don't remember. So Philadelphia roots. My husband and I got to know him. He's a good guy. And I think at the heart of it, he is speaking truth. Maybe it makes some people crazy, but I love the fact that he gives credit where credit is due. And I think he's more honest, about how he views something. And that's good. That's a good thing when people are actually giving the truth to the conversation and engage in a conversation. The others are just indoctrinated, and they seem to have an agenda, and it's not a genuine conversation. So I'd say that. But I feel like last week gave me great hope when I saw when Trump went to the Middle East, and the media was trying to take pot shots. And they keep, even at these news conferences, they're trying to talk about the stinking, like the palace in the sky, the donated airplane, the jet, whatever. It doesn't stick. It's not sticking. And so for me, I have great hope that as we move forward, the Stephen A's because he gains traction and he gets play and a lot of praise. And so my hope is that in part, as we look at this administration work so quickly, and that's another thing, Sean, you think about what's happening in real time. When have you ever started any new job, pick a job since when you were like a kid or a teenager, and you actually got things done and made an incredible difference basically, 110 days in? Nobody does that. They're like setting up their desk or whatever. And so this administration and Donald J. Trump is proving to us that we can change these narratives and that we can make America not only great again, but look at yesterday with the Maha, where Trump participated in that and all of the statistics released within what's happening. And so I think over time, I think that we can change all of this and that Trump is moving the ball because he has this diverse group of people who are starting to look at this, whether it's health, whether it's the economy, whether it's jobs. I mean, pick so many parts of whether it's the border issue. And so you have all these different pieces here where different groups of people are looking around going, dang it, you know what? Trump is right about fill in the blank. And I think that in and of itself is starting to move the ball.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I love the Make America Healthy Again initiative.
Yes.
I think it's so important, underrated. Everyone talks about big pharma, and it may sound funny, but big food is really just as much at fault. There's a documentary I watched on Netflix years ago called The Magic Pill. I happen to practice the keto diet, and I love it. It's got a lot of benefits. The other night I was going to make chicken wings, and the deep fryer was somehow broken. And I couldn't eat. There was nothing else, and I wanted to stick on the diet. So I just fasted for, over 24 hours and really didn't feel it because it makes it easier to kind of do that and it feels cool and, you get this whole thing. But the point of the documentary was to extol the virtues of the keto diet. It doesn't work for everybody, but it also really peeled back a few layers of the onion, how insidious a lot of these, food companies, whether it's cereal, bread, any of these, processed meals in a box are, and not to say that, your meats, who knows what it's injected by, but these companies are, they're doing us a disservice based off of what they're giving us to put in our bodies. And I have a lot of respect for Bobby Kennedy. Again, I don't agree with everything that he says either. I don't agree with everything everybody says, anybody says, but Bobby Kennedy and the Maha movement, it is underrated and underappreciated, I think, now, how important that initiative is, but will be appreciated, let's say, 10 to 15 years down the road if we stick to it. I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. And you look at that commission report that was just released yesterday. I think, again, this really permeates so many different communities and different groups. Especially, I would say especially parents, grandparents, caregivers. 40% of children in America right now have a chronic condition. 70% of young people can't even apply for military service because of their medical issues or because of being so overweight. And that brings me to the obesity numbers. According to this commission report, obesity jumping 270% since the 1970s. And so you think about that, the addiction of kids and teens to social media. They put all those stats, how much time they're spending in front of a screen. And quite frankly, a lot of schools, they give out the tablets or they require you to have a tablet. So you're literally on a tablet, whether it's for school or for pleasure at home, rather than going out and participating in sports or playing. So that's a real problem. But it went through like the government. The government you would think would talk about nutrition education or nutrition research. That commission report said maybe 5%, closer to 4 point something percent is what they spend on research about nutrition. They don't want to talk about nutrition.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So
the more people that are sick, the more customers these companies have too, which is just, it's like I said, it's insidious.
I have a girlfriend.
It's really gross.
It is gross. I have a girlfriend who has been so in. She's so into this. She's an educator and lives in Florida, and she talked about this. Like she talks about it all the time. But she said, "Have you ever noticed all these companies and all they want to do is kill all the dandelions? They talk about, oh, get rid of the weeds, get rid of the dandelions."
My wife talks about this all the time.
She does. The vitamin D content for dandelions.
No, I'll tell you what. She picked dandelions out of our yard and made dandelion tea out of it. And
Yum.
She said to me once, I said, do we, because we were cutting the grass for the first time, and do we want to get rid of these weeds? And she's like, they call dandelions weeds, but they're so good for you.
Yes. So think about that.
She's into the life hacks and stuff like that.
Your wife is 100% correct. She's going to have you live long. But the dandelions, like the root, so the dandelion tea, not to get into it, the tea anti-inflammatory. So rather than take all these pills, the root of the dandelion it's total vitamin D. You don't have to spend any money. And so, just little things like that they're revealing to people. And I hope that then the policy, just what we just talked about, why not do that in schools? Why not have the gardens, have the kids grow the garden in the community school? But they don't teach nutrition in schools.
No, they teach you that the opposit, right?
They're talking about your pronouns.
Pronouns and change sexes. It's great. The best part about the whole dandelion thing is you don't even have to try to grow them. They just show up, and you pick the ones with all the seeds and you blow them and they go everywhere and then they grow again. I mean, we moved in here and there were just a bunch of dandelions in the backyard that grew when spring started. And Brennan said, she was like, I'm going to make dandelion tea. This stuff's really healthy. And everyone, same thing with raw milk. And they did the same thing with eggs. Yep. And they told us for a while to not eat red meat. And I'm not saying, again, that everybody can take, one diet plan and it's a one size fits all approach. Matter of fact, that's the problem with a lot of these, approaches that we have, is we try to do this one size fits all when everybody's different. But the government and these big pharma, big food, whatever you want to call it, lobbies, they love to rail against these things that provide an alternative to what generates revenue for their business. It's look no further really than COVID, hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin. These are all, affordable treatments, but they wanted to throw you in a hospital and pump you full of remdesivir and now give you Paxlovid and make all this money when you could really do it essentially, by yourself. I take this stuff, NAC. It is an amino acid that is amazing during allergy season. It turns into glutathione in your body. It thins out any sort of, mucus reactions that you have in your body. Get clear lungs. Stuff is dirt cheap. The FDA was looking at banning it not too long ago, and I believe it's because it works. And it works at an affordable price that doesn't benefit these lobbies. So, grow your dandelions and eat them and eat those roots.
That's why Natural Lawn of America, one of our big sponsors here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I love the fact that we have Natural Lawn of America, so that because if you're using a weed killer on your lawn, you're killing the dandelions, but also even if you have a dandelion, you don't want to eat it. So you got to think about that, to Sean's point. One thing you talked about, a couple of things, I'll try to sprinkle some stats in for you. But one is that Americans get 50% of their calories from ultra-processed foods versus as little as 10% in places like Italy, Portugal, France. To that point, Sean, I will tell you, when we did our conservativetourist.com Italy trip recently, and I don't know, there was something going around with this stomach bug. So I went to the little pharmacia, and she gave me something for my son, but then she gave me these little packets, to your point about nutrition, and they're just like herbal. And this would never happen in America, where she said, take these and you get your gut is healthy. This is my little broken Italian, like she was trying to, because I don't speak Italian. They all speak like 5 languages. But she gave these little packets. By the way, they expire, as I looked at the expiration yesterday, and they expire like, in 90 days or something, because there are no preservatives. But I said to, everybody on the trip, I'm like, look at this. What pharmacy would give you something like this to say, tell everybody on the trip to take this, tell your family to take this, so your gut's healthy, you're not going to catch that stomach bug.
Yeah.
Prevent
it's all about keeping, they're trying to keep people healthy as opposed to, and treat the cause versus treating the symptom, right? The main reason why I do keto is because it helps me with my migraines, and rather than just eat ibuprofen every day, I'd rather attack something that can keep the headache from coming on. So it's a fascinating discussion. I love the whole Maha movement here in the country. I think we're all going to benefit from it. But we're coming up on the final hour of the show, Dawn. We got to get to your big 3 at 9. We got to get to the Fight Club. We're going to get to, I love the Fight Club. So we'll have some fight. We'll have that on the other side of the break. 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in, co-hosting with the great Dawn Stensland until 10 o'clock, where we turn it over to the Dawn Show, and we will be right back after this.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows, doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. They're just great. If you're thinking about maybe redoing your siding right now, as we head into summer, springtime, this is the perfect time. You want to call my friends at Chapman, because Chapman is offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding, as well as CertainTeed vinyl siding. So siding, you know this, it's not just lovely. It's not just about the home makeover, but there's another benefit, and that's the protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. 30 years, more than 30 years at this point of experience. Started out in Chester County, Mike and Mark Chapman, great guys, but they're going to always go the extra mile, and they are perfectionists. So every single thing is done with care, with such precision. Everything's in writing. There are no surprises, and they do a great job. A lot of options that are going to best fit your home. So don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference, as I have. Experienced the difference for yourself. Call them, text them. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Look at all those before and after photos. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.06 in the morning, fourth and final hour, 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in with the great Dawn Stensland here for the final hour before Memorial Day kicks in. Dawn's show coming up in just an hour. We got a big 3 to get to in a matter of moments. Before we do that, I want to grab a call. Marty in Audubon is on the line. Good morning, Marty.
Hey, Sean, Dawn, how you doing? Dynamic duo this morning.
Thank you.
Sean, reason I'm calling is, look, kudos. I love imitations. And Mel Blanc was my hero growing up. I thought he was fantastic.
That's the voice of Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Well, I could do imitations myself. I do some decent ones, but your Donald Trump, the inflections, everything about it is unbelievable.
I appreciate that, Marty. You're a great guy. You're a great guy no matter what these people say about you. You're a great guy, right?
It's perfect. And you did another one recently, too. Didn't you do Ted Cruz?
I don't think I've done Ted Cruz. I've done Nancy Pelosi because I say like this, Nancy Pelosi. It's hard to speak, sometimes. No, I don't think I've ever done Ted Cruz. Maybe Bernie or Biden at some point, maybe recently, or it might have been, maybe you're thinking of John Kennedy. You're thinking of John Kennedy, right?
Yeah.
I'm just
I
hanging
think
in
it
there
was.
like a hair in a biscuit, something like that.
So what made you why? How is it you just do one imitation really good?
I focused on it, and I was selling cable packages, and people were asking about Fox News, so I pulled out Trump, and I was able to sell it really well during the pitch. And then I figured might as well just stick with that because he's the most well-known person in the world. So.
Yeah, do you use it for fun? Like if I get a telemarketer, I do Jim Ignatowski from Taxi.
All the time.
Millennials
all the time.
Google it. And I use it to when I deal with people too, and it just throws them off. It diffuses the whole situation. Do you use it too? Like when you call on a pizza order?
No, I don't use it when it's for something serious because I don't need people spitting in the food like that. But I will if I get an extended warranty. This is so-and-so and your car warranty. And I'm like, listen, we just ended the war between India and Pakistan. Leave me the hell alone, all right? Okay, leave me the hell alone. No, we have a great time. Thank you, Marty, for the call. I appreciate it. I appreciate the compliments, and I'm glad you enjoyed the show this morning. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. And there was Marty out there in Audubon. Yeah, I've always been, as much as you may not believe it, I've always been a little bit of a class clown. Love doing different voices, dialects.
Can't imagine that.
Did you do them in school? Like
All
high
the time.
school? And
Yeah. All the time. Yeah. Okay. All the time.
Teachers loved you.
Oh, yeah. Love is a word that we could use. Yeah. Some of them did, but some of them didn't. But most of them actually, because it was in good fun. I got good grades,
Of course.
in most of those the classes that I really cared about too. So I got to be a senior. We were doing math, and they were like, "Prove it's a triangle," and I was like, "What? It's got 3 sides. It's a triangle." Like, no, you have to prove it. I'm like, I just did.
It's obvious.
It's 1, 2, 3. That's it. And there's 3 angles. Triangle. What else do you need? No, you have to show your work. I did. 1, 2, 3. You know how it is. Yeah. But it's that's just me. I'm glad those days are over. I'll tell you what. I'm glad those days are over. All right, let's get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. So, number 1, the traffic. I hope you were not caught in that hot mess of traffic last night with the rain, including construction, accidents. Our roadways were gridlocked yesterday, and we're expecting more, today, because everybody's trying to get out of the weekend early. AAA estimates more than 500,000 people just in the Philadelphia area are traveling over the long weekend. 3% boost in Memorial Day travel from last year. Every year they say it's the biggest, but it really is this year. They're saying it's the biggest. So put your patience cap on, as they say, because today is going to be hectic out on the roadways. And I will just remind you that a favorite Philadelphia tradition continues with, our own Dom Giordano, because the AC Expressway toll to the Jersey Shore is on Chickies and Pete's for an hour. In other words, it's a freebie. So if you want to save a little bit of money, Chickies and Pete's, and our friend Pete Cherokee was just here the other day, but Chickies and Pete's Free Toll Friday is set to run from 4 to 5 p.m. That's today. So for that hour, you're rolling through the eastbound or shorebound, in other words, Egg Harbor Toll Plaza of the Atlantic City Expressway, and you will not have to pay a toll. Thank you, Pete Cherokee. Thank you, Chickies and Pete's. So that's going to, and by the way, the tolls have all gone up in our region, so it's $4.85 in cash normally, but if you can roll through 4 to 5 p.m. and give our own Dom Giordano group a wave. So they're welcoming everybody down the Jersey Shore. A lot going on down the shore this weekend, of course. And by the way, Chickies and Pete's, the free crab fries, that continues. Dom will be live there, as well as our brother sister station. That's Sports Radio 94 WIP. They'll be there. But then this weekend in Ocean City, car shows, local crafters, all the vendors, the petting zoo, and our tributes, of course, for the real reason of this weekend. And I'm always careful not to say it's the official, unofficial start to summer or whatever, because I think that the real reason for the season and for this weekend, Sean Farish, is so important to think about.
Yes, I agree with you. We got to remember to reflect before you fire up that grill and have those barbecues. Why we have that day off on Monday, why we're here. There are people who gave their lives in defense of the greatest nation on earth, and that's what this weekend is about.
To our U.S. military Memorial Day. So also, speaking of the next big holiday, if you will, 4th of July, the 4th of July parade, huge one in White Marsh Township. This is Montgomery County. This year, it's canceled. So if they've canceled the 4th, no, they're not canceling 4th of July, but they're canceling the parade that's been going on for 70 years. And so in this one, and we're not sure of the sourcing on this one exactly, because some of the township officials are saying they were, quote unquote, blindsided by the cancellation of the 4th of July parade, which is huge down Germantown Pike, Lafayette Hill, if you know this area, and really is a draw for thousands of people from across the region. So the township's officials, what they said was, it's an unnecessary safety risk to the community, and they say that the potential for attack during festivals has risen, and they would need at least $250,000 to pay for such safety measures to guarantee the safety of anybody attending the 4th of July parade. Thus, they've said, boom, it's canceled. 4th of July parade, they're not going to have it. And the community had a huge meeting yesterday in reaction to this, very upset, saying this is ridiculous. You don't even have a threat, and there's no evidence that you're going to have a threat. Why not just try to mitigate the situation? But even though, Sean, they were giving people the chance to vent at the community meeting, but they're not taking anything into consideration. It's done. It's canceled. 70 years of tradition, and obviously nearly 250 years of tradition, right?
Right.
Boom, they're done. Not doing it.
That's a shame. That really is a shame. It shouldn't have happened. You're right. Mitigate the threat. Keep people safe. That's number one. But, mitigate any perceived threats. It shouldn't be that hard.
Amen, brother. Well, we will continue to follow what's going on in D.C., many tributes, and as well reaction to the big, beautiful bill going to the House. We'll talk about all of that moving forward, but we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group for our big three. Visit local Piazza Honda in Philadelphia. That's where I go. Make sure you ask for Awesome Ross, the boss. So it's Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Explore the 2025 North American Car of the Year, the Civic Hybrid. Shop PiazzaHonda.com for all the special offers. There are a lot of really good specials. So PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. That's our big three.
Thank you, Dawn. As we are wrapping up this segment here, I just wanted to quickly touch on this bombshell, I guess. This information that was somewhat released by Ed Martin, the Eagle, right? As he was sunk, his nomination was sunk by Tom Tillis. But he's still going to be serving in a pretty meaningful role in the administration. He did a segment during a segment with Mark Halperin on the Tuesday's Two-Way Tonight show. Ed Martin revealed that he'd been speaking to a whistleblower, naming names of people potentially involved in the what's being known as the AutoPen scandal. He said he had a whistleblower in his office 10 days ago, a senior Democrat, saying, quote, look, it was these three people that controlled access, and they were making money off of it. Martin also said that he doesn't know if he believes it yet, but the point is there's something to get to the bottom here, and the gatekeepers were allegedly, according to the whistleblower, Ron Klain, Anita Dunn, and Bob Bauer, gatekeeping the AutoPen. Did these three men, or not three men because Anita Dunn I don't believe is a man, but did these three people, and you never know these days, but did these three people control the presidency? And were these three people selling access to not the president, but the AutoPen?
Yeah, it's scary. And most people had never heard of the AutoPen before, but the fact that it was used this much in this past administration, combined with all of the issues with the mental and medical capacity of the previous president, it's a scary thing. Just an update, too. A woman accused of spitting on the top former federal prosecutor in D.C. While giving a live interview. She was charged with assault. So I know there were some people asking about this. She's identified as 32-year-old Emily Summer, and she interrupted, and you're talking about Ed Martin, in the middle of that May 8th Newsmax interview as he was talking about the withdrawal of his nomination by Trump, and she's cursing and she's spitting. Well, guess what? She was actually, she is charged with assault. So just updating you on that one.
Yes, and I reposted her. She's on X. Her account is on there, and she actually posted May 8th. I believe this was the day of the infamous spit. She said, Ed, that was me that spit in your face today in front of your not USDC for DC courthouse. That absolutely, definitely spit in your face on camera. Hi, hello. A pleasure to hawk a dehydrated, pithy, white foam spit into your face. I only apologize that this city left me so dehydrated and unable to get water that I couldn't produce more to stain and drip down your face. She then leaves a poop emoji, tagged Ed Martin, and writes some very profane words after that I'm not sure are safe for radio, so we'll just avoid those.
Ew. Well, she's not the Hawk Tua girl,
no.
A. And B, she's now charged with, assault. So there.
Good. You know what? And that's FAFO. I was very upset. The way that Ed Martin has been treated through this entire process has really gotten me pretty upset. I know Ed. I've met him. He's a cool guy. He's very staunchly dug into some of his positions, and that bothers people all over the place. It bothers people. But he's a very nice man, and a very hard worker and a patriot. He loves this country. And to see him get spit on, that was when I said, you know what, this is getting out of control. The guy does not deserve that. I don't care how much you disagree with him. He doesn't deserve that. But it's worth noting, those are the people, right? The spitter. Mm-hmm. Those are the people who Tom Tillis caved to. So North Carolina, anybody listening that or maybe watching from North Carolina, please take this with you into 2026. Let's find somebody and somebody who wouldn't cave to the spitter, right? Who will actually do your bidding instead of putting himself first like he did. But you know what? Now we got Judge Jeanine Pirro. We got Ed Martin investigating and looking into the auto pen scandal. And does that have an impact on pardons? I don't know. All things happen for a reason. So we'll just have to wait and see what Ed Martin has in store for the rest of us. Now, I can tell you this. We've got the Fight Club in store for you when we come back from this break. I know it's everyone's favorite new segment of the show. It was funny last week. Weave Wars, I believe, won out. But we'll get to the Fight Club when we come back here on 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, Sean Farish and Dawn Stenson, the Sean and Dawn Show. Back after this with the Fight Club when we come back.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm headed to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
9:26 in the morning, out there in the quote-unquote great city of Philadelphia, 1210 WPHT. It is Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in for Dawn Stensland. Dawn looks like she's offended by that comment.
I know. You mean quote-unquote, we're the great city of Philadelphia and beyond.
The great city, the city of alleged brotherly love, right?
And sisterly affection.
And sisterly affection. Now, why don't we get to some brotherly love? It's a great time of the week. We get to do this on a Friday. It's time for the Fight Club, the Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
Fight Club is sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com.
You got knocked up out, man.
If you haven't already gone over to youtube.com/1210, you'll take a look at this. Some of this does not have audio, so we'll kind of try and describe it for those of you who are listening on radio, because there's a lot of profanities. Can't say some of these things that they're saying. Let's start off with Monday's edition of Fight Club involving Antonio Brown, the former NFL wide receiver. Look at this. Now, I'm not too sure where this took place, if it was at looks like a
Car
hotel or some sort of, I don't know, but they're not, these folks are not happy with each other. The clip played with someone laying on the ground. So that wasn't, that didn't look too pleasant. But Antonio Brown was involved in that one. That was the former NFL wide receiver. Yeah.
I will say this. When you have the ladies and the panties are going up in the, you know what I mean, in the region, in the nether region, and the skirts are flying and the braids are flying, it's more dramatic than like, look at this. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Where's this one?
Is
that the Walmart?
Is that
that's the
Monica
Walmart.
McIver? Look, there she is with the red.
No.
Goodness gracious.
But what is it about these ladies that they kind of pull, the skirts get pulled up and the panties are showing and I don't know what that is. But
I don't know.
With the women, it's always better.
Was that last week or is that the Walmart one for this week?
Well, because, which one was that, Jimmy?
That was one at a Walmart where that happened.
Yeah. Okay. But aren't
was
we
that supposed to be the Wednesday Fight Club?
Because I think we're
there's
supposed
another
to...
one from Walmart.
Sorry, I think there's a delay. I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's all right.
My booth sometimes gets the delay. You know what? I think today are we going to vote?
I
think we're supposed to vote. Like the fight of the week.
We're supposed to vote.
The fight of the week.
Yep. So this is Tuesday's edition of Fight Club was apparently a fight that took place in the cafeteria. Look at this.
Oof. So she's got her big blue pants, and you see her just whoop this.
Oh,
look at this in the head.
Wow, look at that.
Just knock down this woman. Brutal beating in a school cafeteria.
Whoa! Oh, she's got the hair.
Yeah.
No one
got
jumped
the hair.
in. Oh,
hair's flying.
Oh my goodness! Look at this. Oh, if you're not on YouTube right now, you're missing out. This is intense. Wow. Oh, wow.
You see a little bit of butt
still
crack
holding on
there,
to the
of
hair.
course.
A little bit of crack kills, and they finally separated. Wow. That was a brawl. That wasn't just a little fight or a little skirmish.
Oh,
that was
no.
a full-blown brawl. Wow. All
Yeah,
right.
some strong girls.
Now, if you're watching YouTube, this is one that took place, I believe we aired this yesterday. This took place at a graduation in Los Angeles.
Do we not have audio or music or something that you usually
Some of the
play
audio
these?
for these
Okay.
are...
I don't think we could play the audio, Dawn.
Maybe play a little music under it or something just to, I don't know. I think we usually have music under it, don't we?
That was crazy. So but what exactly
was a
happened at that
graduation.
graduation? That was just a normal fight?
Just like a fight, graduation. Everybody fights at their graduation, right?
Of course.
We didn't fight at ours. We were civilized, I guess. Maybe we were the. There's one now with the one on Wednesday. Walmart, was that the one we just played? Now with the crazy braids and the weaves and all that.
I think that was from Wednesday's Fight Club. Yes, that was in Walmart.
That was in Walmart. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my
so Monday
favorite.
we had Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Tuesday we had the cafeteria, which we just saw, which was epic. Wednesday was that one there. Dawn said that was her favorite.
Yeah. It was
Thursday was the graduation.
Yes. Greg Stocker called the Wednesday one was Chicks, Butt Cheeks, and Walmart. That was what Greg called
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
So if you're going to vote
and
for that, right.
That's typical Walmart behavior. But we have one more.
Uh-oh.
One more.
We have one more. Waffle House. Let's go. Let's go to this one's got audio from what I understand. There was a brawl in a Waffle House. And I hope to see some food fly. Let's see. Here we go. We're in Waffle House here. And it's a plate.
Plate
the
smashes.
plate broke. Plate broke. Hold my earrings. Here we go. Oh!
Whoa.
There she
Wow.
goes.
So this is
Right out from behind the
this
counter.
is a uniformed Waffle House employee.
Still
and
no food, though. I'm a little upset. There's another one in the background there, too, you see. She's got a hold
There
of the
goes
hair.
the hair.
Piece of the hair
Oh
is
my
off.
goodness.
Yeah.
So
This
the
guy's
weaves, the
laughing
hair
about
is
the whole
flying, the wigs are flying.
thing. Whoa, another plate.
Whoa,
is
you can hear the
flying.
plates break.
Dishes are smashing.
Wow, look at this. Who knew in a Waffle House? Wow. They're trying to break it up here. That is just ugly.
Tattoos, braids, hair.
You can see an arm.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's an arm. And
Black shorts look like Mike Tyson's.
quite a bit of belly coming out from under
Don't
the
make
shirt.
fun
there.
of Mike
then
Tyson.
she jumped in.
A lot of tight pants, even lace.
This is going on for a
Good
while, too. This
God.
is like turning. Where are all these? She's got a chair? Is that person in the back have a chair?
Yeah, we got a chair
Like a
up
stool?
here.
Whoa!
Whoa! Oh my God! This is out of control. Things seem to be calming down now. Wow.
Here's the thing.
All right.
If you're listening on a set of headphones right now, you can really hear these glasses break.
The plates.
Yeah, the plates, glasses,
white
or whatever
glass
they are.
plates.
That was
Crazy.
just that one. All right, so you guys can vote on this, I guess, in the YouTube chat. Dawn. I know your pick was Walmart, but after Waffle House, are you still in the same place?
I'm still going with the chicks, butt cheeks, and Walmart.
I got to
You're going with
disagree
chicks,
with
butt
you.
cheeks, and Walmart.
Yep.
Okay.
I know.
I'm going with Waffle House.
Yeah.
I gotta go with Waffle House. That was. I mean, I would watch that one again. You know, that
I'd
was
have to
just
agree
so,
with you, Sean. We'd have to go with Waffle House. That was just unbelievable. I mean, Walmart fights are great. Do not get me wrong, but in Waffle House, you're just watching, plates break and people just going crazy, and some guy saying, "Well, I pay for my food. I pay for my food." Yeah, I don't think they're worried about giving you your food right now when there's a full-fledged riot breaking out.
That's what it was. That wasn't just a fight. That was a riot. I think missed opportunity though. One of the people, from behind the counter, working the kitchen, should have taken a waffle and flung it at someone like a frisbee. Like I think that would have been really funny, right? Like just start shooting waffles at people. I think that would have been really fun.
There are actual sites on social media, Waffle House Brawl or whatnot, just Waffle House. So I'm just thinking maybe they should think about, instead of the big white glass plates, they might want to go to something that's like a plastic or something that's non-breakable.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because
I agree.
Because then those women, you could see some of them were barefoot. I don't know if they flipped off the wig, they flipped off the shoes. They're fighting.
Yeah. They started just going. I mean, that was berserk. I've never seen. But now here's what I want to know about all these fights. Like, how do they start? Like what is done? What has to happen to elicit that in a Waffle House?
Well, I think it involves a little alcohol. Because Waffle House is open all hours.
Oh.
So I think there's, you know what I mean? Like people
You get
come
the
there.
overflow from the people coming from the bars.
Yep.
Because I remember that when I was younger, we would go to the Melrose Diner or wherever, and people would have to be sat together because there was so many people just coming out trying to sober up. Never a fight though, but it's possible that's what it is.
All right, early results are coming in on our poll on YouTube. You could vote for Waffle House or Walmart. Waffle House currently right now up by a margin of about 70 points.
Well,
so
here,
it is 86 to 14 Waffle House
Woo!
right now.
Well, here, let me play this really quick.
What?
Kayal & Company, Friday, Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the Fight of the Week. And remember, fight equal ratings.
According to Greg Stocker.
According to Greg Stocker. And here on Fight Club, we do have another sponsor, by the way. Kayal & Company Fight Club is brought to you by Rocky 7. Hear Rocky say, "Hey, legend, I had to fight this pork. Just a few times." Jurassic Park, whatever. Mission Impossible, whatever. And Marvel, who even knows? And all your woke movies coming to you this summer.
I got to just address a comment in the YouTube chat that I'm not going to say I agree with characterizing it this way.
Mm-hmm.
But Uncle Sam said this is a baboon boomba. So I didn't say it.
I may have to dump that. Hold on. Yeah, I just hit the dump button on that one.
I love Waffle House.
Waffle House is that it's good food. I whenever I usually eat Waffle House, There's a pretty poor exit strategy. We could leave it at that. But that was the best fight of the week, in my opinion, and it's winning. It's winning by a lot. Even the mail-in ballots can't take it away. So, an interesting Fight Club. Obviously, still a little bit of time left. Get your votes in over at youtube.com/1210. Waffle House, crushing it right now. That was a wild fight.
And by the way, these Waffle House fights, for whatever across the country, the employees are now raising concerns about this. That these Waffle House fights are becoming a thing, maybe because of us. You know what I mean? Because and social media and the viral nature of it. Yeah. You saw the one young lady there, and she was not as involved in it, but she was with her phone. So now it's like, oh, I'm going to be famous because I'm in a Waffle House brawl or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in the Fight Club.
Everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, what we're doing here is we're giving it to them, but it's a great segment. It's just something just came out of nowhere and becomes a great segment. But unfortunately, we're giving them the 15 minutes of fame by putting this up on YouTube. But give the people what they want.
Fights equal ratings.
Fights equal ratings. That's right.
That is the modus operandi. Well, there you go. Waffle House right now, 85%. Walmart, 15%. Both were very entertaining and rather eventful brawls. Get your votes in, youtube.com/1210. When we come back, we will be wrapping up this 4-hour show, getting you into Memorial Day weekend. We'll get into what is on the Dawn Show this morning and this day in music history with the great Phil Almquist. I call him my brother in suffering, fellow Jet fan, on the other side of the break. It is Kayal and Company, Sean Farish filling in with Dawn Stensland right here until 10 o'clock where we hand it off for the Dawn Show, and we'll be right back after this.
We're kicking off summer with a sure tradition with Dom Giordano live from the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Stop by this afternoon, 12 till 3. Great fun and giveaways, food trucks, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Lainey Alexander, and this is my husband, Paul Alexander, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
Let's say you have $1 million. Would you be willing to lose 10%, $100,000? I wouldn't. If you made 4% on $1 million, you now have $1,040,000. I'm comfortable with guaranteed 4%.
And it's a no-brainer. Why would you not want at least 4%, or even knowing that your $1 million is still
$1 million?
Yes.
Crash Proof Retirement lets us live our life and have fun.
We're able to take a vacation and spend the money the way we want it and not deplete our income. Crash Proof Retirement has been wonderful for us this year, and we're comfortable. We're fine. I have no concerns.
If she says I'm fine, I'm fine.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome back. 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company, the Sean and Dawn Show today here on Talk Radio 1210, right? We're rocking and rolling at 9:45 in the morning as we roll into the final segment of the day. Find out what's on the Dawn Show very soon. Before we get to all that fun stuff, let's get to this morning's mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you won't talk, we have very effective means of torture.
Whoa. Well, I don't want to be tortured. All right, Luke's on Dagobah, there's a rebel base on Kashyyyk, and I'm the one who clogged the toilet on the 16th floor.
Oh, that was disgusting! You know, because of that, I had to use the little pig people's bathroom. All right, start the torture.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. We are playing for concert tickets today. Your choice, Styx, Thomas Rhett, or I forgot the other one.
Doobie Brothers.
The Doobie Brothers.
Doobie
Thank you
Brothers.
there, Mr. Trump. Sorry about that. And Mr. Almquist. By the way, that clip was inspired by something Phil Almquist told us
a couple days ago.
During Today in Music History. A great movie was released.
This week in 80.
This week in 1980. One of the greatest sequels ever. It doesn't matter what we're giving away. Someone's going to call in and win it anyway. The prize picks cometh. Caller 12 right now at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm fairly certain I know exactly what was released not too long ago.
Fairly certain, huh, Sean?
Fairly certain. I'm staring at some stuff that I have in here that would relate to that subject matter. Very, very exciting. That's right, Thomas Rhett, Styx, or the Doobie Brothers. Your choice of concert tickets if you can guess what movie that was from. Look, we talked about Ed Martin. We talked about a lot this morning. Memorial Day weekend is coming up, and Dawn has made mention of it several times. Dawn has made mention of it. I've made mention of it. It's very important. I grew up on Long Island, and I spent a lot of time with veterans out there, whether it was with my time in the Boy Scouts or just, folks in family, or anybody. We spent a lot of time with veterans growing up. And I just want to stress to everybody who's listening, gearing up for a nice weekend. Maybe you started your holiday weekend early. Remember why we have this weekend. We took issue with this several times. Kamala Harris had made a statement, I believe, a year or two ago and said, everybody's getting ready for the 4-day weekend. Never once, made mention or reference to why the 4-day weekend exists or the 3-day weekend exists, why Monday is a federal holiday. It is a privilege to be able to live in the greatest country in the world. And we don't just call it the greatest country in the world because we're proud of it or because we want to flex our muscles or anything like that. We do live in the greatest country in the world. And in order for us to have this country, folks had to die and put themselves first in defense of this country, the greatest nation on earth. So before you crack open that beer, before you fire up that barbecue, before you have your friends over, or maybe when your friends are coming over, before you start the festivities, just take a moment, look around, at the company you have, at the the privileges that we're enjoying, at the freedom that we still have in this country, despite nonstop attacks and attacks coming from all sides, and just take a moment to reflect and give thanks to those who gave their lives so that we can enjoy this 4-day weekend in the line of duty, in defense of the greatest nation on earth, fighting those battles overseas. Some folks have fought those battles here domestically as well. So remember what this weekend is about. Memorial Day weekend, in memory of the folks who gave the ultimate sacrifice for the greatest nation on earth. We would not be here without them. So please remember that this weekend. That's all I ask.
Amen, brother. So what are we going to go to? What are we going to go to now? Is it Phil Almquist or is it the movie mystery?
I think we have today and do we have the winner on the line? Did anybody guess the movie yet? From the
we do have the winner on the line, and it is Mike in Berlin, New Jersey. Mike, what is the movie?
It is Family Guy, Star Wars Edition.
You are correct. Family Guy Star Wars Edition. It was called Something, Something, Something Dark Side, which is a spoof of Empire Strikes Back, which was released, as Phil said,
this week in 80.
This week in 1980, one of the greatest sequels ever to be released after a very, very bad run of bad sequels. Empire Strikes Back came out, and it was just unbelievable. One of the greatest sequels ever made.
All right, guys, thank you.
Well, congratulations. They say that the sequel is never as good as the original.
No.
And my favorite Star Wars movie is the original, A New Hope, which it's known as now, but it wasn't known as that when it came out. I always have let's see what I have. I have it right here. Me and my props. But this is my what is this? When is this made? It was 1979. My die-cast Star Destroyer, okay? And we even have it, this is Kenner. It's metal. We even got the little blockade runner on the bottom there, reminiscent of the opening scene of Star Wars Episode 4, which is now known as A New Hope. But Empire Strikes Back, dark movie, right?
Yeah.
But a lot gets revealed. One of the most iconic reveals in movie history, and there were no clues leading up to that going into Empire Strikes Back until it happened.
Very cool.
Until they started leading into it and kind of all that. So, just a tremendous movie. I love Star Wars. I don't like what Disney did with the franchise, but I will always appreciate those original movies. And now, because of Disney, the prequels, which everyone used to dunk on, have aged like fine wine. So
I am your father.
All right, let's go to our Jedi Phil Almquist with Today in Music History. Phil.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 23rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Phil Selway from Radiohead and Danny Klein from the Jay Giles Band. We also lost Tina Turner on this day in 2023. Singles include Breaking the Law by Judas Priest in 80. Albums include Brain Drain by the Ramones in 89. Dynasty by Kiss in 79. Up Your Alley by Joan Jett in 88. Ready and Willing by Whitesnake in 80. And Sparkle and Fade by Everclear in 95. Also in 87, 12 former members of the Doobie Brothers reunited for a charity concert that raised $350,000 for Vietnam vets. In 73, Jefferson Airplane was prevented from giving a free concert in Golden Gate Park when San Francisco authorities, passed a resolution banning electronic instruments. In 70, the Grateful Dead played their first gig outside the U.S. In 71, Iron Butterfly broke up. And in 2016, Gord Downie of the Tragically Hip announced he had terminal brain cancer. But lastly, since Metallica is in town this weekend on this day in 96, the video for Until It Sleeps debut, and I can say it's safe to say you'll hear at least one Metallica tune tomorrow night, as This Week in Music History airs every Saturday night between 11 and 1. Today in Music History is sponsored by First Bank, ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner. Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender for Kayal Company. I'm, of course, Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Phil. Always a pleasure to hear what happened today in music history. I happen to be a big consumer of music myself, although not much of the new stuff because I think it's mostly garbage, but I love the old
Mostly,
stuff.
but there is some good stuff. There's for sure.
There is some good stuff out
Absolutely.
there. There are some diamonds in the rough. Dawn Stensland coming up, 10 o'clock with the Dawn Show. Dawn, what's on tap for us?
So we've talked a lot about the big, beautiful budget bill, but we want to take you inside, behind the scenes. What was it like to be a brand new congressman? That brings us to Ryan McKenzie, who was right there front and center and applauding the passage of the big budget reconciliation bill, delivering tax relief, border security, supporting working families. So U.S. Congressman from Pennsylvania, Ryan McKenzie, is going to join me right at 10 o'clock. And then we will also talk to Grover Norquist. You know Grover, a great analyst, so we'll talk to Grover as well. And we'll weave in, and yes, Jimmy Matthews, I did too, talk about that crypto dinner with Trump. It's the headlines, the so-called mainstream media is calling it an orgy dinner. Excuse me. Mr. President, I think there would be a lot of germs. So I don't think that the president
would never do that. No, we would never do that. We would never do that. And we never would do something like that without Stormy. I could tell you that, but we would never do that. Okay? We'd never make that. That would never happen.
Nasty. So we've got all of that local reaction. And it's going to be, we continue live and local. And then remember our own Dom Giordano and team there on the AC Expressway. So with Chickies and Pete's for the big tradition. So we've got it all covered. It's going to be a great Friday right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean, you're a true patriot. I love working with you. And I was thinking the next time that we do something, all together like we did before a couple times, I want to get a blonde wig and you know what I mean? And like work on the look because you sound exactly like Trump. But I'm thinking, what if I got a blonde wig? Would you ever do that?
I actually have. I have a couple.
You do?
The problem is my hair is long. I have to tie it, and I'm not shaving the beard. I can't do it. I'm attached to it. But I'll put the wig on. I put the wig on. I've put the wig on before. I've done it a few times. Actually, I made a video not too long ago of Donald Trump talking in his sleep, probably 2 years ago. And I had the wig, and it was on a MyPillow, and it was quite funny.
That's
And
awesome.
I said, I want a Big Mac with the Diet Coke and all the pickles, right? And it was, one of those things, and it was good. I'll have to find it and put it back up. I put like little sleepy music behind it, right?
Gosh.
Like the little lullaby. It worked out pretty well. I was told the people over at MyPillow thought it was funny too because I had the MyPillow, which is obviously close friends with the president. But Dawn, it was a lot of fun. 4 hours again went by like this. Have a great time on the Dawn Show. Lots of big information coming, and you have a happy, healthy, and safe Memorial Day weekend. Also to Phil and to Jimmy and everybody who's there. Have a great Memorial Day weekend, and I will see you guys. We'll all see you guys next week. It was a pleasure, and God bless you and God bless America. Right?
Amen, brother.
All right.
The
Thank you,
good
guys.
and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for